fair. Whereas the mighty Caesar wasn't quite as salty as Parmesan, as Caesar also often is.
Yeah.
Are you taking to switch?
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of things I still need to move. No, you stay out. You come. And you
Fair enough. All right. Hello? I can't hear you. Give me a second. Oh, I think that's just sound settings. Put nano. Try talking?
How's my sound?
Pretty good. Try talking a little bit more. Oh,
This
holy
is
shit. There's a
me
bunch of people in
being a
chat even though
talker.
the stream
Who
isn't
talks?
live. Even though the stream isn't live, there's tons of people in chat right now. This is wild.
No, that's not wild. It's awful. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm one of the people in chat now. Because I've got it
Holy
on
shit,
my
we just got a
computer.
subscriber before we started. This is crazy. Holy fuck.
There's 121 people in there, Lyndon.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. It did go live. I've been live this whole time.
You weirdo.
Oh my god, this is my problem. Okay, so that everyone understands what happened. Hi, I'm just gonna switch. I normally don't. Yeah, no, that's so that people understand why I didn't think I was live. There's a little menu that pops up first. So I always click that like 20 minutes in advance, and then I fill out the stream info and tags and everything, and then I click away instead of clicking the go live confirm. And I guess I hit go confirm go live a while ago. Wow. Off to a great start.
I love it. There was a ton of people here waiting anyway, so it was time.
That's on me. Oh, man. Look, things could have been leaked, but nothing was. That's the good news. I'll be right back, because I didn't think I was going to be live left, so I didn't turn off a thing that makes noise in my house. I'll be right back. Oh, I guess the other issue is the audio from me finding reference for today's pictures. Because I actually didn't finish that. Normally, I hit live early, so we're in it. You're going to be here with me while I grab the last bit of reference for today's pictures.
And Craigbot.
Oh yeah, they get to be like, here for the beautiful dulcet tones of Craigbot activating. How could I forget? Everybody loves that about... Everybody loves Craigbot is actually a thing about Craigbot. They love the sounds of him. All right. Are we ready to hear the dulcet, beautiful serenade that is Craigbot?
I've been waiting for
Now recording.
He's so beautiful.
it. Yeah, there is a little bit of lag time, hey?
Yeah, there's a little delay. That's common. Twitch has less than any other streaming platform, which is nice, but it's not nothing. Okay, the last reference has been gathered. Now I just need to arrange... Again, this is usually done ahead of time, but apparently I hit live ahead of schedule, so you guys get to be here for this. For me, maneuvering everything into place so I had my reference and I had my second computer watching chat. Okay. Oh, I was going to tell you before we started, but I guess I'm going to tell everybody instead. Something fun, we just hit payout threshold. So this stream has officially made some money, which is crazy. It also means that people give bits, donations, subscribers, all that. It actually does directly benefit us now, which is very cool. Big change from it going to an ambiguous little pocket where Twitch goes, well, you know, if you get more of this, you get it. Otherwise, it's a nice little snack for Amazon. So we've hit the threshold. Awesome. We can actually benefit from people's kindness now, which...
Officially beyond cool.
Uh-huh. I think big improvement, personally. All right. Ooh, saying that has got some subs. Cody Synth, thank you for the sub with Prime. All right, 200 watchers already? Holy shit. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the Drock Show. Oh, sorry, I talked over you. It's a clumsy start to the day. We're gonna be fine.
That's gonna make it that much better. If you're here for all the awkwardness in the beginning, then the rest of the show is gonna be smooth.
Absolutely. Everything compared to how we started, where I went live without realizing it and everything. Yeah, mom piece to the moon, everybody. Let's do it. So I gave you a bit of an ultimatum last time where I said you have a choice of either reading to the very pleasant and good ending that everybody loves as a conclusive place to stop, chapter 178, or if you read one more than that, you got to smoke the whole pack, you got to finish all of Alabasta, and we're going to do a mega stream on Saturday.
Yeah, no. Can we pause just for a minute? Can you go back and tell me what you just said about a chapter 178?
I said it's a very nice, it's like a solid conclusive ending. It's a good place to leave on. Definitely doesn't leave you on the hook.
You're the worst. I literally went into the Discord when I was reading, because I was like, you know what, maybe I will stop at 170. Gives me more to really dig in, lets me get to do a little bit more evaluation and a little more English work on it, because if I read too far, there's only so deep I can go while also planning lessons and work.
Yeah.
And so I get myself to 178, and you literally left Luffy like a shish kebab on top of a hook. And then I went into Discord to tell everyone just how much love there was between us and how happy I was with you. And I was sitting there talking to somebody, and then I was like, I just can't. Who can leave here?
Yeah, I do unironically, to my core, I think that 178, Luffy being impaled by Sir Crocodile. We're jumping ahead a bit because we're starting with part 6 today, where that's the ending. But I think it's fair to start at the ending here, honestly. Luffy being impaled by Crocodile, I think, is the perfect halfway point of Alabasta. So that's in this first part. That's where we're going up to, and I unironically think that's the point that separates early from late. Holy hell, we got a lot of people coming in with all these. We got first-time subscribers. We have a hype train. We have a level 3 hype train. Holy shit. Lename subbing with Prime. Fad Rugi subbing with Prime. A lot of hype coming on. Transifest subbing with Prime. Raffle Nagi? 15? giving a tier 1 sub to Red Sheena and Aster Bomber. Holy shit. Aster Bomber, sorry. It's Darko's first time chat. Clue the Barbarian subscribed at tier 1. Thank you all so much. This is amazing.
It's because we have the coolest fans.
We have the best fans already. This fan base has been incredible. People have been so protective of you, not wanting to spoil things.
They find us when they're little, and they've just been awesome. And so many people have been trying to help me keep things from getting spoiled and not giving hints while telling me how much they're enjoying it. It's been incredible.
Dr. Alligator just gifted 5 subs. That's amazing. Oh my god. You guys fucking rock. This is incredible. It's become a competition now, it looks like. Level 4 hype train. We got pedal goes up emojis in chat from a gift receiver. That's great. I do save the VODs, by the way. A VOD channel is coming. Clue the Barbarian gifting 5 subs, not to be outdone.
Just so you guys are aware, I try not to watch any of the things that are taking place, so often Drock will tell me what's going on.
Yeah, I try to keep you as much in the loop as is feasible. You've said you do try to like keep an eye out for like the movement of chat so you know when something's hitting a good note, but I think that's like, you've done a lot of theater, and I think that's just something you're trained to do, especially if you do theater sports, is read an audience reaction, and you only feel comfortable performing if you can like kind of get a feel for how something's going so you know what skids there are to lean into. So I think it's fair.
Plus, it helps people when I'm finding out what they're interested in and they want to hear more of it, then I want to lean into it.
Level 5 hype train. Oh my god. I want to get started, but I feel like we got to let the hype train ride out because I'm going to keep reacting to people. It's Darko, subbed with Prime. Amazing. Cheese Eater says, come for the One Piece, stay for the analysis on chapters that are beyond my own personal comprehension. Ain't that why we're all here? We got so many pedal goes up emojis from gift receivers. That's amazing. I'll subbed at tier 1. I didn't think I was going to need to do this so early, but I'm going to need to get one of those feeds built in on a separate screen that keeps all the subs together because I can't keep track of them, and I'm not going to be able to thank everybody otherwise. Astrobama gifting another sub. La Papa Smurf gifting another sub. La Papa, it's a French Papa Smurf. That's great.
So much more cultured than all the other Smurfs. It's Smurf original.
You know, back in the day, we could only call it Smurf as it came from the Smurf region in Upper Prolong.
You just made me wheeze laugh.
Otherwise, it is just Bleu Dwarf.
The worst. Your French accent should be used for every character ever.
Yeah, no, I do a pretty great and attractive French accent that everybody loves.
Okay.
Oh my goodness, the number of subs. I think we've gotten more subs in the past like 10 minutes than we have in the history of the channel. I guess that's the thing, is once you pass payout threshold and people know they're actually supporting something, they're more eager, huh?
No,
you don't,
it matters now.
It's
going somewhere that you care about.
Yeah, not just to Amazon. I think Bezos, believe it or not, has enough money, is the general consensus.
Are you sure? What if he wants to go to space again?
Oh, that is the problem, isn't it? Level 7 hype train? What the fuck? Oh my god. Thank you, guys. I want to get started, but I feel like I have to keep thanking people for a little while. Matt Hatter gifting another one.
Do it. People came here
Clue the
for
Barbarian just gifted 20 subs. Holy shit. Oh my god. That's... Thank you an impossible amount. Saul from Discord gifting a subscribed at tier 1. Oh my god, we're gonna see so many more up pedals now than we have been able to see in the past, now that everyone has access to these.
And just a reminder, this pedal goes up is the most ridiculous thing ever. I mean, you can't zoom forward when you're pushing your pedal up, but it is perfect and excellent for this channel.
I'm gonna post the little clip. If anyone's curious where it comes from, it's one of the videos before the channel started to catch on. I actually really recommend people check it out if they just like art, because I think at the time it was the best art I've ever done. I think I can outdo it now. Planning on in the near future with my next long-term project, the Renaissance E-Girl. Next Saturday, gonna work on her some more. But the fanboat, the Diesel Punk fanboat saga, it has the clip in there of where I came up with this pedal goes up. I'm going to be posting just the clip soon because I love the meme so much and I want it to be more accessible where it came from. But if anyone's curious and wants to see before I post that clip, the Diesel Punk fanboat saga, just a little 20-minute video that takes from the 5 streams that I worked on the Diesel Punk fanboat, has the little story of where I came up with the terrible phrase that I'm so committed to. Oh my god.
Well, it is what it is now. All right, are you ready?
All right, I think we're ready. I think the hype train is level 7. It could keep popping off. Oh my god, so many I can't read you all the beautiful comments, but thank you guys for these very kind words. Up to 178. The impalement of Luffy. Luffy's first defeat is the capping point. That's where we're stopping today. We're going that far. I think we should go in order other than to say it was maybe a little rude, but also very fitting.
We're not stopping there. We're keeping going, but that's
the
first.
Well, that's where we're stopping. For YouTube viewers, that's where we're stopping.
Yeah.
Yeah. For the YouTube audience. For Twitch, we're going all the way. It's all of Alabasta.
Twitch sees it all.
I really want this to look as brutal as possible, this art.
Yeah, I know, you really should put it just how horrifying it was for me when I got there and was like, Luffy? Luffy!
It's distressing, isn't it?
It was one of the most distressing things. Yeah, no, you should fall in love with these characters. You know what? You know what, Mom? You know what? This would be the greatest thing ever. Oh, does one of them end up getting hung on a hook?
Getting impaled through the gut on a giant Sandman's hook.
Yeah, absolutely the worst. So yeah, please make sure it's as brutal as possible.
Yeah, it's something about the mood. It needs to have a lot of mood. So we're landing on Alabasta. Previously, we left off on Drum Island. We had a lot of theories about characters that were just being talked about, like Ace and Blackbeard. We had Anthony Helicopter, the Doctor. You can call him Tony for short. Join the crew. Dealt with Wapple, everybody's favorite villain in the history of One Piece. And now we're moving on to a villain who, honestly, their gravitas cannot compare to Wapple. Some kind, I think it's like Crocodile Face or something.
It definitely is Crocodile Face. Thank you for calling him by his appropriate name.
Yeah. Well, he says, you mentioned early on, you can call me what you want.
I mean, if I can quote him in chapter 155, he says right on page 8, oh well, call me what you will. And then I do. Yeah.
Kaido, you do need more mods. We'll find you more mods, Kaido. I didn't expect today to be the way it is, but you do need more help.
So I was noticing that right away. I love the way that they kind of made Crocodile Face like a rock star. He comes out into the town when the pirates are there attacking him, and then he like descends from the roof as if he's a rock star being lowered down to the stage, and he's like, anyone who wants to live, take cover. And you're like, you know what, Crocodile Face, I don't like you, but gravitas, good for you.
He has so much swagger immediately. I think rockstar is a great way to put it. And I think, now that I'm thinking about it, isn't that also true for Mihawk? I feel like Oda gives warlords kind of a rockstar swagger. Like, I haven't thought about that phrasing before, but it feels, up to this point, very consistent. Like,
well, I don't mean rockstar in a low level. I mean, like, there are people throwing themselves on the ground, absolutely, like, screaming as if he's one of the Beatles and it's 1960. It was absolute, like, rock star status the way that he was. And then he was more like a rock star of the mid-80s in his full decked out swiggity swag gear, coming down off of the roof and then going, oh well, call me what you want.
I 100% agree with you that it's like height of the rockstar era rockstar for all of the warlords that we've met so far. See,
total heavy metal.
Mihawk showing up in his fucking coffin is such a rockstar thing to do. Like, it's got so much showmanship and panache to it. I don't know. Like, I think it's absolutely the right phrasing for how we are introduced to Crocodile here.
Well, something for me is that this entire series, I feel like every once in a while he gives a wink and a nod to Gen X. And because Oda and I are 2 years apart. Every once in a while, I feel like he's speaking directly to Gen X. I felt that same way for the second picture, which people can't see yet, but when they do, I was like, I see you, Oda. I want to put my fist, do some stuff for him and give him all the love back, because there's just these moments. And that rock star, that heavy metal rock star kind of attitude and swagger of the villains is just delicious for me.
I fully agree. It feels like the exact right vibe.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh man.
Well, I'm going to go deep into our comic and let's begin. My crew is doing so many crazy things in this. We're in for a real ride. So we jump right 155. We're hanging out. 155 was good for me, but really it was kind of one of those awesome moments when they're like, okay, let's set you up. Let's let you see the level of fandom that Crocodile has gained himself. Because him being a rock star, it allows him so much more room to maneuver than a king would have, right? Like when you've got a king, they have to stay within some limits. But a rock star, well, they get to party outside of those lines. So no matter what they do, as long as they're giving the crowd what they're looking for, the crowd is going to put their support behind them. So much easier to support somebody like that than it is somebody who has to be a political head and has to do things that might not be popular sometimes. So I loved that decision because it shows why it was so easy for him, even though it was a layered process, to gain kind of a fandom and have all this support go behind him. And I felt really like that's what chapter 155 did, is it really showed us how much support he'd garnered and how beloved he was, and how the king himself also had to feel like some gratitude to him.
And I think it makes so much sense, and it's such good world building for what the warlords represent in this world, that they are a pirate, in theory, someone who should be a threat, but who on their own has gained massive power. And in this golden age of piracy that Gold Roger has caused by creating fervor for the One Piece, there are so many fucking pirates. Even in the East Blue, where we're told pirates are less of a threat and things are peaceful, we saw several towns being attacked, raided, abused, corrupted, taken over by pirates. And here we have someone who's turned their back on that, is working for the world government, and is protecting Alabasta like a goddamn superhero. Like, pirates show up, try to cause problems, and people are like confident and safe and happy in this country, despite the fact that we're in the Grand Line, all because of Crocodile. So it makes so much goddamn sense that at the beginning of the story, they love him.
And I really want to do a comparison here. And I have this this concern about people comparing everything to Adolf Hitler, because when doing that, I think people forget just how many people in history have had that same kind of means of persuading a group of people. Mm-hmm. But the reason that I do specifically, and I did specifically compare his love like to an Adolf Hitler kind of love, is with the unequal treaties in the treaties of Versailles, you had Germany at such a disadvantage after World War I. They had no medicine, they had no means of getting from place to place. People were cold. People were without jobs, and they had great difficulty gaining back the strength of pre-World War I Germany. And then along came a person who was like, "Well, let me sit back here and tell you that it's not your fault, and then let me bring medicine to you. Let me create an Autobahn. Let me create a way of moving around this place." And so I felt like Oda, as a history lover, was kind of saying like, let me make a comparison of why it's easy to topple a government if you have somebody charismatic enough who knows how to play to the people. And I thought that was just a fantastic little nod to history there.
Huh. I mean, yeah, it does. First of all, it is fun that you're like, I don't know if I'm going to have enough interesting to talk about. And then within like 15 minutes of starting, you compare the antagonist of the arc to Adolf Hitler. But then also, I think it is good to point out that, like, yeah, Oda does do this in a measured way that's accurate to history of like, well, how do you create enough dissension that there would be a civil war in a country? These exact steps. You find or create a lacking, and you find or create a scapegoat cause for that lacking. Or, honestly, some groups do it accurately. Like, they will accurately assess the perpetrator of a problem and still be evil in their manipulation of people's anger. There's a lot of examples in even contemporary history of that happening around the world, of people accurately assessing who's to blame for your problems, but still not acting productively on it. Crocodile's just kind of the bad guy, the worst version of it, where the problem is artificial. It's one he's created, and the culprits he's pointing at are genuinely not culprits.
Yeah, precisely. And so that was my start off. I was like, well done. Little nod to history. Also create a rock star. So you got that glitter that we're all looking for. So that was chapter 5 for me. I love the little Baroque Works layout. I loved that he laid it out for us. For me, I also got to see the big hole in the ship. You and I will have a contentious disagreement later on about crewmates.
Hey,
but it was a reminder.
I've got terrible news for you at the end of part 2 that I've looked up the exact phrasing. You're not going to like it. Anyways, let's continue.
Oh, you're so rotten.
Let's keep going.
I swear to God, you were raised by wolves.
I was gonna do a poll. We're not even gonna do a poll. It's that cut and dry. You're gonna agree when we get there.
You're the rottenest human. Okay, so let's move forward into Oh Come My Way 156. So in 156, I just want to point out that for sure those who are on the train of Nami has special powers with me. She's down inside of the cabin and they come down and they're like, there's smoke, and they're freaking out, and Nami doesn't even look up from eating at the table, and she goes, smoke? And then she goes, no, that's steam. She's sitting inside, she hasn't moved, she hasn't gone anywhere without looking out the window, and she literally says this phrase, oh that? Don't worry about it, it's just steam. So when she says oh that, it implies that she already had registered this as existing outside, already knew it was there without going outside, and then was able to ascertain that there was a underwater volcano, and then was like, don't even worry about it, I've already checked that out inside of my special powers. Even I am not aware that I have, and it's not a threat. So I'm telling you right now, Nami's ability in the ocean and Nami's ability to navigate, there's more to it.
And I am going to reiterate, I think she just has great intuition. That's my reading of this again. I meant to bring this up last time, and I should now, because I want people to know who are reading along, because we actually do have a surprising amount of people who are going through the series for the first time with you. My policy with what I'm willing to say is based around first impressions. So I am going to reiterate points and perspectives that I had on my first viewing, or that close friends of mine had on their first viewing. That way, because I feel like it's easy to box yourself into a perspective, and I want Mama Drock to be going through this with the same level of broad perspective that your average reader would have when they were first going through it week to week, which would be, you're not just in your own head on your own first interpretation of things. You have other people's perspectives, which is why I'm willing to talk a little bit about other options, as long as they're not informed by future information. They're informed by myself and others' first readings. Because I think that's very fair, and that's the balance I'm trying to ride, is what's reasonable to help you with reading the series well without kind of guiding you. Which is why I'll say my reading of this when I first read it was, she's got great intuition, she has a really good sense for the sea, she's very knowledgeable, she could smell the volcanic gases in the air, and was like, yeah, we're going to be running into volcanic steam. That, of course we are.
Yeah, and therefore sometimes that pushes against me, and then I always remind myself that you're acting as if you're a first-time reader. So absolutely, you're wrong. We're both reading this for the first time, and I'm definitely the writer of the two of us. So then we move into capturing Mr. Tu Boncle. Love that his name is both a male and a female name. And I really loved this moment because I was thinking about it later on as I moved through. We get to see his abilities, which is phenomenal. Who doesn't want to watch somebody change faces? We all had wished that had happened in another show I won't name right now. And then, you know what it is. We've argued about it. And then B, we get to see a friendship that develops, and it feels really genuine prior to knowing who each other are. Like there's this glad handling when they're like, you're so cool, and there's this real kind of friendship and this bond between them. And you can see that because when they hook him and they're talking, he's like actually excited by their friendship and is enjoying showing off for the sake of showing off something cool to friends. And I mean, not everyone buys in right away, but they end up doing the can together. And you can only do a can together if you are good friends. That's a rule. I don't make the rules. I just live by them. So great friends. And then
I wasn't aware of this rule that you can only do the can with friends, but I'll be sure to keep that in mind in the future.
Yeah, as long as you have that in mind, from now on, when anyone is canning together, you know that they've made a fast bond.
Of course.
And so after their little friendship moment, it sets possibilities for future friendships that couldn't exist otherwise. So if things occur in the future between them, having had this moment prior to knowing who each other were and creating a bond with each other means that when personalities and roles switch in the future, it allows you to lean into something. If this moment hadn't happened, you couldn't have a quick lean afterwards, but you can go backwards and build off a foundation that you created. So you can have a shaky moment, say when you try to beat each other up in whiskey, but come back to some of the foundations that you made together.
So there's something interesting. Sorry, there's something interesting about what you're pointing out there for a writing style, where I've seen it talked about how Oda is one of the great masters of improvisation, which you have to be when you're writing week to week. When every single week there's a new chapter to write, and the way he does that, I think you're pointing out, is really cool, which is he creates so many little opportunities and interactions that you can do tons of things in the future and have them draw upon a foundation. It's kind of the opposite. A lot of mangaka followed the school of Akira Toriyama, where the way he was a master of improvisation was by leaving the edges so blurry in so many places that he could make up whatever he wanted and it would still fit in the world later. And I think it's kind of cool that Oda does it in this very different way, where there's just so many little nods like that, so many little moments that instead of filling in a foggy area, you're building on any number of these hundreds of little points you've created that you can draw from.
So, and it's really important to remember that with him, because I don't know, I mean, no author is going in knowing exactly where it's going all the time. You used to talk about when you were writing that you had epic moments that you wrote to and that you allowed the characters to kind of find their way to get there. And some have a more prescribed thing. But by doing this, Oda has done a really good job of making sure that he gives himself options for his characters. But one of the things that he seems to do with his options is it's often based in, oddly, friendship and relationship. So he often gives his characters options that will come back in and lean into a relationship. And I think that that's really important because that's so important to Luffy. So if your main character's main focus is the relationships that he builds and the friendships, then that's going to have to be something else that other characters have. For instance, Hachi or Django or other people, as you're going through those other stories, they also have those friendship lean-ins like Luffy does. So it not only gives you options, but it leans into something that's going to be really important to your main character.
I think that's really cool. It's a nice observation. Holy shit, we're just landing on Alabasta. We've done 2 chapters.
Absolutely ridiculous. I'll move faster, I promise.
The speed of light, we're moving it right now.
I don't want to take up everyone's time, and I'm cognizant of people who are all over the world being like, hurry up.
No, nobody mad. There's nobody mad here.
Okay. Okay. So the other thing that I liked is it reminds us that we actually might like someone if we met them under different circumstances. Like, we often feel like that there's in our real lives or in stories that we don't have a connection with somebody without thinking of the fact that if you had met them out of entirely different circumstances, that you actually could have had a relationship and that you could have been different people together, and that the roles you play often dictate the relationships you can have. And a prediction that I want to make in the future is that Luffy is a role breaker. Not a rule breaker, a role breaker. He lets people see that they can be who they want inside the roles they have.
Interesting.
So we're going to go into that a little while later. Now, chapter, where are we? Oh, chapter 157. So we're deep inside now. I just want to say this. Kitty. I just love that.
You keep coming back when we've talked over the phone. I feel like almost every conversation since you started Alabasta, you've brought up the sea kitten. I feel like when we do the animal tier list a couple weeks from now, sea kitten is going to have a place.
He's so sweet and sacred. Okay, so the reason is I think I was a lot slower in the beginning because Alabasta did a lot of really deep work in the beginning. So for me, if I can just say, I broke
I mean,
Alabasta part 1 and 2 into up until Luffy gets skewered because your son is the worst and leaves you with one of the best characters dying on a hook, and then after 178. And I actually have broken it into the entire thing. For me, the whole of Alabasta is a lesson on balance as a theme, but part 1 is seed planting and part 2 is harvesting.
I think that's why I like 178 as a breaking point too, because while it's not half and half chapter wise, I think it's half and half content wise, because once the action starts, there's a lot less world building and exploration of character and theme, because there's only so much that you can do during combat. So I think that there's as much content to discuss in both halves, which I think works out for us.
I 100% agree. And so because for me, part 1 was about seed planting, it was a lot slower go, and I was trying to look at all the areas in which he was planting seeds and giving us information for the future. And so one of those is when we get into chapter 157 and we look at Smoker's jacket. So Smoker's jacket says justice. It's always said justice. They constantly remind us of that.
Mm-hmm.
But something that I really liked is that when I started to think about it this time and realized that justice is different from penalty or different from anything else, what it is justice is outside of the law. So what I'm thinking about that is there are some things that have been correct with the law, but they aren't justice. So I'm thinking of things like the rule of thumb. You're not allowed to beat your wife with anything that is thicker than your thumb. That was a law. Slavery. There were laws around how to have slaves, what it looked like to have slavery, and we can all agree that's gross, but it was law.
I would hope One Piece readers would agree that slavery is bad. Yeah,
I would imagine they would. Residential schools in Canada and the United States, leaving reserves in Canada being illegal, going on to reserves being illegal if you were non-native, et cetera, et cetera. Those are all examples of things that were law-abiding, but they weren't justice. So I think when we remember that Smoker has the word justice on his back, he doesn't have the word law or rule of law. He isn't upholding some idea of what the government is saying. He's upholding the idea of justice, which is very different. Justice relies on your personal ethics and your moral code. And I really love that because it leaves room for Smoker to change as a person more than lots of characters.
I'm gonna look something up really quick to see if there's information I can give you at this point, okay?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Actually, no, wait, no. There's no way to ask chat to confirm this without giving away what I'm trying to discover and giving you information if it isn't currently available. So I'm just going to quickly scroll through something. Okay, we do. Here's what's interesting. The jackets all high-ranked Marines wear have justice written on the back. And I just had to look back on the diary of Kobe Meppo to confirm this. Garp and his assistant both have justice on their things as well, and that's why I find it very interesting. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna read into this further. I just wanted to make sure that was information that if you were a Japanese reader, you would already have.
Yeah, that's really important, and I love having that conversation. It's good. It's why it's good that you talk to me as if you're a first-time reader, because you might have noticed something I didn't, and then we shared as a first-time reader, which lets me start looking at how the government itself, how the Navy itself can change if justice is their aim. If justice is your aim, your target can change directions.
I think it's a good reading. The idea that justice is something more personal than law, than order, than rule. I think that's a very interesting insight to have about that being the motto and that being what's upheld and put on a Marine coat.
Yeah. Okay, so moving on. Love the ties on the arms of the team. That's amazing thinking. We don't find out more about that until later. But that's such a great little team bonding exercise when they were all there, and they wrap the things around their arm, and Vivi is part of it, which comes back later, and we'll talk about that when we get to it. And then we move into a great good dude. So we have our first moment where chat gets to decide something.
Yeah.
Because I know you may disagree with me.
I do.
But
so we're about to decide if you get a gold star or a purple mushroom?
No, I think I get both.
You get both. Oh, right. Okay, so yeah. Basically, you said you thought Ace was Luffy's brother, but
I did.
You didn't say it in the prediction corner. But here's what I'm going to point out on listening to it while editing is what you said was, I think he might be related to Luffy. Maybe. I think he might be. They look similar. Maybe he's a cousin or brother. I'll get back to that. I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
No, then I said, I think he could be his brother.
Okay, so you have also gone back and double checked?
I have gone back and listened.
Okay, guys. If Mama Drak has, outside of prediction corner, Mama Drak said, I think he could be Luffy's brother. Is that concrete enough that we're willing to give a gold star out? I want chat to tell me.
I think it's a gold star.
People are trying to say purple star. We can't add purple stars. We can't.
I think that's a gold star. I definitely get a purple mushroom that I'll begin making my delicious omelet with, because I got his devil fruit completely opposite.
Kaido, do a poll. Gold star, no gold star. Those are the two options. We're going to see what chat thinks in a moment. Yeah, purple mushroom for the powers, because you did guess he had water powers, and we can both agree that Ace does not have water powers.
No, he definitely has the opposite of a water power.
Turns out he ate the Mera Mera no Mi, or the flame fruit, and can turn into, create, and control fire. Which, ironically, pretty cool power.
Not ironically. That is a wicked power.
No,
I'm not gonna lie.
Because cool? Because cool?
No. I didn't get it. That's how beautiful your work is. You're just such a wordsmith.
All right.
And now I'm sitting here in awe. I can't even talk anymore.
I'm going to vote in our poll. Oh, no. It's not even close. It's like 89% gold star. All right.
Yes!
Okay. Okay, you get a star. Congratulations, you get a star for saying that Ace could be Luffy's brother, even though it wasn't a prediction corner. It was said a little bit non-committally.
I didn't say could he be. I said I think he could be his brother.
All right. Well, I don't know. The word could is kind of like, oh, that's not very a battle goes up way to put it. But chat has spoken. You get a gold star.
The problem is, and this is something that we need to talk about later, is I need my predictions not to just be in prediction corner at the end, because I forget the stuff I say. Yeah. I go into a mad fever fugue, and by the end, I don't remember everything.
Oh, I totally agree that you can do predictions throughout. I just also think, that's kind of got to be committal language, doesn't it?
I came back to the picture just in time to see somebody write, "This is a direct democracy." I love that. Okay, so then we go into Ace. We see him, he's sleeping, he looks dead, everyone is freaking out. He has two Buddhist symbols on him. So he has the symbol that the jerks stole, the Nazis stole. And so I went back in because I wanted to take a look, and it turns out I had no idea. And I thought I knew about the swastika and its symbolism of peace, but I was wrong. It's the oldest symbol on Earth.
Weird. No wonder occultists like it.
Yeah, and it was a symbol that was used by multiple cultures in different parts of the world that didn't even see each other. The Egyptians used it. The Romans used it. The Celts used it. The Greeks used it. Indigenous people in North America used it. And the Vedic used it in their math. And it was a connection of culture. It meant to bring it brought cultures together. And it's peace and good luck and love. And it also represents the number 10,000 in Japan, or infinity. And so I thought it was really interesting because he had two symbols on him that were about peace and love and balance. And one of them was that one. And then the other one was that he was wearing his beads around his neck as well. And then he had a really cool thing. He had the happy, sad, I don't know what you call them, buttons. I don't know what you would call them.
I think they're
Little
buttons.
things.
I think, yeah, little button pendant talisman things on his hat.
Yeah, up there on his hat. So that's that thing I was talking about earlier when I really felt like this realm was about balance. I was thinking how cool it was that how many of the symbols that were used in here were about balance as well. And then the mala around his neck, and then his name, Portgaz D Ace, and the D, we have talks. We have to have talks.
Where'd you get this boy's name?
Actually, they say it.
They do?
Oh yeah, Portgaz.
They say his full name in Alabasta?
Portgaz D Ace. Yeah, Smoker says it to him.
Oh, weird. I did not remember that. I thought that was a later thing. All right.
I don't know what to tell you.
Okay.
Sometimes when you go into things, let's see here where I go. Here we got a Smoker, and he says,
I'm
"What's
misremember
Whitebeard's
things.
2nd Division Commander doing here?" Portgaz D Ace, page 18 of 20. And so it's a really cool moment because Portgaz is Latin for gate or entrance.
Interesting.
So that helps to change my perspectives on the D.
Okay.
That we're going to get into later. And I'm going to put it down here. D, Portgaz. I got to keep reading notes. And then gator entrance. So what is he at the gate of the entrance for? How does that relate to their family? We'll get back into it. But the name, when I looked it up, what does the name mean? I went to this weird little thing that was like, if you have the name Portgaz, what does it mean? It's a name that suggests you give up your wants for others' needs. You are balanced. And your heart's desire is knowledge. And I was like, oh yeah, that's some stuff to work with. So right away, he has the balance thing on his head. He's already talking about giving up because he also wanted to be the Pirate King, but then he gives that up for Whitebeard because he decides to put his strength behind Whitebeard. So it's really interesting that falls in there. And I'm going to come back to that in Prediction World. And then as I'm looking at this thing, I had to go back in my notes and start writing crazily so I can almost not read them now. Because later on, we start to notice that Luffy does the same thing as his brother and suddenly just knocks himself out. Plus, when we're looking at the pictures of Ace inside of this restaurant, he is got plates everywhere all around him of all this food that he ate, talking about how fast their metabolism is, how much they eat, how it burns, which kind of goes in the dragon direction, but I think it could go in a couple of the other directions that I had going for it as well.
I will say, this is another perspective from a world you're not part of. Main characters who eat a shit ton of food basically is just a thing that happened because of Goku, and every shonen protagonist for a long time had to have that as a trait because Goku kind of made it a staple.
Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree, but I think that there can be more than one thing to things.
All right.
That's great information to have, though, and very helpful. Oh, I just opened my other notes, and here it says, your real name, but Drock is the worst, exclamation point, underlined. Yeah, I just want to get that out there again. Because I just think it's important, just randomly. So then... no, we'll go into that later. Nice try, world. Okay. Now we're moving forward, and Ace is now the 2nd Division Commander of Whitebeard's pirates. And that kind of makes me wonder, like, how does Ace align with things? As far as like, does he have the same type of feelings as Luffy about justice and what is right and wrong? And would he be the same kind of pirate? So I wonder if it's telling me things about Whitebeard or not, if I'm finding out things about him for Ace being willing to give up his own dream to support the dream of others, or if that's just part of who Ace is in his character.
Yeah, we really don't know enough about him to know if he was like Luffy when he was younger, like if he had the same values, the same drive. Like, we really don't know enough to know what giving up on being king of the pirates means to him compared to what it would mean to Luffy.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
so
I
I'm
think
not-
to Luffy it would mean a defeat no matter what, whereas that's not necessarily the case for other people. Other people might give up their dream because they see something more worthwhile, or they see a way of achieving their dream, like they have a greater goal beyond their dream and see a way of getting it. Where Luffy doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah, so I kept coming back to that because it doesn't tell us enough about him, but it does tell us that maybe there's a lot more to Whitebeard than we would imagine. And then it tells, and then once we find out more about Whitebeard, it tells us more about Blackbeard as well.
One thing I'll say that's an observation I had on first reading is we've never seen a pirate who has divisions, let alone division commanders yet, and that immediately tells you something about Whitebeard.
Yeah, I agree. I moved through 158 just so that you know, because
okay,
we have time.
No, yeah, let's just flow. I think we're doing part by part makes more sense than page chapter by chapter.
Yeah. Okay. So in 159, they intentionally decide to leave Mr. 11 tied up around the mast on the ship, which they had to know was a type of execution. There's no way they didn't know that he would be murdered by the millions or the billions. So that was absolutely an intentional way to get rid of somebody without getting rid of somebody on your own. And I was like, yeah, that's cowardly. If you're going to kill somebody, I do believe that you stand in front of them and watch them die.
All right. A take.
So I found that very cowardly. Kairu's mission. Let's just put a high five out to Kairu, best boy.
Oh, I'm going to say quickly, someone's corrected me. Do you know who else was introduced as a second division commander and I didn't register because I wasn't paying attention to One Piece early on?
Who was that?
Pearl was introduced as second division commander. Pearl.
That's right. Can I just say...
So Ace has the same rank as Pearl.
Yeah, they may have the same rank. That's where the similarities end.
Both have black hair.
Are you kidding my face right now? Are you ever going to try and put Ace?
Ooh, both of them have fire powers, actually. They're both really hard to injure.
You just made me feel sick to my stomach.
I've seen the same fan artist draw sexy art of both of them.
No, stop. Just stop. You're actually making me feel unwell.
A lot of similarities. They're kind of the same man, actually.
Oh, okay. Now you've gone too far. Pull back. Pull back with your ridiculous. You know what? I'm gonna need to eat a jelly belly. I can't even.
Oh shit! They both have toned abs. Someone pointed out.
They what?
They both have toned abs. Someone pointed out.
You could tell what Pearl has behind his weird.
I mean, his thing gets busted, and then you can see his abs.
I didn't look. I was looking away in case he was a gooey flam. No one could tell for sure. Same character.
Okay, who was executed cowardly? Someone's asking for clarification.
The person who's executed was Mr. 11. They had him when they were over in the East Blue. They took him across. And then when they went into town, they left him on the ship just tied to the mast. And it's obvious because if you're going to leave somebody there who'd been captured by you and has information about who you are, and they called him Mr. 11, they knew who he was. And then they just leave him tied to a mast. There's no way they don't know that he's... And then when they talk about his death, it's like a... It's like a side note. Oh yeah, he was murdered. Okay. Cowards. Kill a person or don't.
Damn.
Okay. So I love that when we're in 159, we find out from Luffy that Ace could beat Luffy without a devil fruit, even though Luffy had a devil fruit. So we have confirmation that the powers of their family, in my opinion,
okay,
are already there because Ace already has the ability to beat somebody with a devil fruit back when they were kids, when he didn't have a devil fruit and Luffy had eaten. And yes, Luffy is young, and yes, he's new to devil fruit, but still, Ace's ability to beat him shows that he is something that is beyond what a normal person has, in my opinion.
All right. Do you want to add this in a prediction that Ace has some sort of special power, or is that just part of your greater, the D clan having special powers?
The D clan does have special powers, in my opinion. And so I don't know if they all have the same special power or not, and I'll get more into that later when I'm closer to being able to guess.
I cannot get this composition right to save my fucking life. We're gonna get there. I'm gonna figure it out.
No, I have faith in you. We have time. Apparently, I'm moving at the snail's speed of snaildom. So you're fine. Don't even
We're
worry
getting
about
there.
it. Okay, so in the same chapter, something else that happens is we see, I think it was in page 19. Let me take a peek. 18, 19. No, I think that's a 159. Smoker's opinion of pirates starts to shift. Because in the beginning, he talks about once a pirate, always a pirate. They'll never be different, da 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 da. And it felt too much like he was just beating a dead horse to say it. So in my opinion, they were trying to tell me something for the future. So I knew already that we were going to see a shift in Smoker's feelings towards pirates. Also, Ace gives Luffy the little invisible piece of paper. So in prediction world,
Okay. Throwing another early prediction in.
I just don't know how else to do it. When we always wait to the end, I never remember. I think the paper is, and it's invisible. There's invisible ink of some sort on it or whatever, in my opinion. And that I don't know how you get the word to show, but I think it might be the D that's in their name.
Okay.
Whatever the D stands for might be the thing that's on the paper. Because Luffy says in it,
let's use committal language. You might be. It might be.
Let me get back into here. I need to get into 159 first before I make any commitment language. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, here we go. Here, I want you to have that. Huh? Hang on to it always. It's a piece of paper. Yeah, but that piece of paper will bring us together again. Huh? You don't want it? No, I want it. A kid brother like you makes a big brother worry. And I think that there is their name, whatever the D stands for, or their family symbol. It's going to be something that is about their family 100%. And when Luffy either needs it or says it, when he needs it the most, it'll be available and it'll call his brother to him. Yeah. Pedal goes up!
This pedal goes up. We're committed. The paper has something about the secrets of the D family name on it.
Yeah. Also, because Ace is hunting Blackbeard and Blackbeard wants to hunt Luffy's crew, in my opinion, they will.
Okay. Are we adding that to the predictions that Blackbeard will want to hunt Luffy's crew?
1,000,000%.
All right, add to the predictions. The predictions, no more prediction corner. Predictions are just gonna be scattered randomly throughout. We're gonna collect them like loose paper. We're changing the end segments a bit. We're cutting the slack on them. We're cleaning it up, and now predictions are scattered throughout. We have Blackbeard.
When we go into corkboard corner, that's just where I cook and think.
Corkboard corners, the corkboard corner. I think you can also get crazier because it's a lot of like
get way nuts, go weirder. So because Ace is hunting Blackbeard and because Blackbeard is going to be hunting Luffy's crew, we're going to see them come together at that time anyways, 100%.
Okay.
In 160, we see Luffy gets that piece of paper sewed into his hat, and I was just so here for that. And then in the Spider Cafe on page 8, the full moon seems to be watching over the baddies. The way that it's positioned, it's interesting to see the way that the moon looks. It's like it's tilted down sometimes in watching, and sometimes it's low enough that it almost seems to be another person in the crowd.
Interesting.
161. It's Bunchy!
Bunchy returns.
I don't know if have I mentioned that I love Bunchy?
Bunchy the turtle? You did mention a couple episodes ago that you love Bunchy. Like 3 episodes ago.
That's why I mentioned it again, because Bunchy deserves all the love.
All right. Glad Bunchy's getting the respect Bunchy deserves.
And then we also meet very important guys in 161. We meet the Kung Fu Dugongs! Or as I'm going to call them,
the Kung Fu Dugongs are here.
The cutest kids!
Everyone was so excited for you to meet the Kung Fu Dugongs.
Holy crap, I could barely think. They were so cute. They kept taking away my ability to have conscious thought. I was like, oh, I want to move forward, but I also just want to stare at their cute faces. And then we find out about Dance Powder and its ability to summon the rain and go back and get a little historical reference. And I love the way that he does that, because I don't necessarily need to talk about the historical reference unless it intentionally says something that's important for the future for me. And there's probably lots of things I'm missing. But I love the way that he does that because he understands the importance of history. He gives us the history so that when we move forward, we actually have context and we're not just thinking from one particular angle. We're able to make up our own minds about things. And I really love that. And
Nice.
then we're off in the desert. They're doing their little trip. And then I get to see my poor little Anthony helicopter just not faring well in the good heat.
Yeah,
And,
believe it or not, desert is not a great environment for a reindeer, especially one who's only ever lived in permanent winter.
Yes. And I got to tell you, I feel very sorry for him. He does come around, but we also get to have eyelash. Like this section between 162 and 163 should have been called, "Hey, do you like animals?"
Yeah, there's a lot of critters introduced in that zone, huh?
Yeah, it's like one after another. Every page you're like, "Oh, ooh." And eyelash is absolutely fantastic. And suddenly we have a 3/4 moon here, but the moon was full in another panel when we were looking over at the baddies.
Weird.
So the moon is changing size as I was looking at it, because right around the eyelash part, they're moving in between the moon and the sun, and we see them in 2 panels as they're moving back and forth. But the moon is a different size than it was when we were looking at the baddies, and that isn't the time that it shifted. I looked back and forth 15,000 times to make sure I was accurate.
Probably an art error, if anything, then.
Nope.
Because Oda does just fuck up sometimes.
Nope. It was very, very intentional. The moon was in one panel. The sun was in another panel. It was the way that it was done. And I know that you're reading this as first time with me, but in my opinion, that was intentional.
Flip.
There's intention. 163, we also meet, is it Toto? Is that how you pronounce that old man's name? Toto?
Oh boy. Chat, what's old man's name?
It's Toh, but I don't.
Toto
trying to
sounds right
say
for
it.
that. Why don't I remember him having a name that started with a Y? What am I? Oh, because of the town of Yuba. That's why.
Yeah.
I was
So is it
remembering his
Toto?
name as Yuba. Chat saying it's pronounced Toto.
Okay. So Toto is the goodest. But something else that's the greatest thing in this is the meeting between Toto and Luffy. Oh, Toto. I'm gonna come back to that for myself later on. That's going in my treasure chest.
Are you gonna make a Wizard of Oz analysis?
How dare you not?
All right.
I'm even putting on this page, wizard.
Hey, just because he gets constantly fucked up by wild weather that is from a magic man.
Wild hurricane type tornado things. Yeah.
All right.
We're not in Kansas anymore. So then in Vivi's backstory, that was another one of those historical moments that I was really loving. And in that same area, Crocodile Face says the weather is controlled by the gods. So 2 things there. Number 1, I agree. The weather is probably controlled by the gods. I think that the gods are real on the earth. I've already made that prediction as pedal goes up. And I agree also that the gods probably do control aspects of weather. And then you can see that there's kind of this moment where Crocodile Face is comparing himself to a god and trying to be godlike by controlling the weather.
I mean, it kind of makes sense for people with fruits like his and Ace, where they represent an embodiment of a force of nature, to compare themselves to gods a little bit,
But
based
Ace
off the fact that they
doesn't.
are a piece of the natural world.
But Ace doesn't.
Nope.
And so I think it was a very interesting little moment because gods are controlling the weather, and I would agree, but I would also say that this was Crocodile Face's stupid thing where he was trying to compare himself to a god. And then, where is it? Oh no, that was Cobra. I lied to you. It wasn't Crocodile Face. It was Cobra.
Okay, so Cobra says weather is controlled by the gods, which is actually, you do raise a good point that for your theory is interesting when we've now had two people controlling the weather, Ace making the snow stop by accident in Drum Island, or maybe on purpose, who knows, and Crocodile making the rain go away with a mix of dance powder and his ability to dry the atmosphere with his fruit.
The difference is with Crocodile is that I wouldn't compare Crocodile to a god when I'm looking at this, because Crocodile is doing it with the influence of the danced powder.
I mean, I think he is able to stop it from raining with his fruit just by drying the overall atmosphere. But he uses dance powder, so he's...
Yeah, with his fruit.
But that's still... That's him.
Ace is fruitless.
No, Ace isn't fruitless when he stopped the snow.
Ace isn't fruitless? He has a fruit?
Yeah, you saw him turn into fire. Yeah.
He's the fire one.
No. Him being fruitless was a thing when he fought Luffy, he was fruitless.
But the devil fruit don't make people gods.
Okay.
Well, if the devil fruit made people gods, then that bazooka gun is now a god.
I mean, I feel like a Dashend is not the most godly of abilities.
Yeah, exactly, but it doesn't matter. It's a devil fruit. So I don't know. Are the devil fruit going to change people to gods? I don't know, but...
Look, you're the one that can make predictions.
Oh, I'm predicting my heck off, but that's when I get into that corner. I'll go a little bit more into that. And then...
Someone in chat says, of course they don't turn them into gods, they turn them into devils. They're called devil fruits.
Yeah, and that gets back into my thing that I'm going to talk about later. Okay, so then we find out about Koza, her great good little friend, because we needed another dagger in Vivi's heart. She was too happy.
Yeah, she needs more suffering. If you look at her life, it's just a little too pleasant right now.
Yeah, what was happening is Vivi was just lollygagging through life without any adversity to make her a better leader. And they were like, we got to give her something.
Yeah, she needs some suffering.
Make her bestest best friend from childhood be the leader of the rebels. That feels right.
Mm-hmm.
And it was interesting because Toto's faith in his king seemed to be his treasure.
Interesting.
You know,
more than the water, it was his faith in the king and the country.
Yeah, because why is he digging it out? Why is he holding Yuba? Why is he working so hard to make sure that it doesn't go under? It's almost like it's his treasure. He has to do it. But the treasure isn't just making sure the water is available. The treasure is his faith in his king.
I kind of like that.
I thought that was a really beautiful little moment. Oh, I wrote down here, I just have this on 165, my number 2 thing. I see you, Moon. I see you.
You are paying so much attention to the moon.
Once you decide something is important to you and you're reading a story, it's just the same way that if you tell somebody that the cutest cars are green, they're going to see nothing but green cars. Like it stands out to you.
All right.
I like that Baroque found out who was who in this one. They didn't even know that the 7th person, Crocodile Face, was going to be the Baroque leader. So that was a cool little moment. Mm-hmm. And then Crocodile Face, this is the one, because this is the same thing as the moon. Since I'm focused on any religious things, because I want more and more evidence to build towards my
Because
theories.
You made some wild claims, so you're looking for evidence. You're writing your thesis.
Well, no, if I can be fair, I'm no longer looking for evidence. I just know I'm, in my opinion,
you're right.
Yeah, I'm cool like that. But I want to know the mechanics. You know what I mean? And so Crocodile Face says, why? Oh, I pray for your success. He says to everybody in chapter 165. Interesting. Why are you praying for success? Why do you believe that gods will listen to you? What are the character of the gods? That made me kind of question that.
Okay.
Before we take off, I just want to mention the Django's Dance, Paradise, Friendship, Sin, and Duty. The whole Django thing that takes place in here in the background on all these pages is so good. And I'll come back into it in a bit, but just so good. And then the Hachi in the next one, just amazing.
Yeah, I think let's just entirely talk about Django's story and what you think of it now that it's done. After we've done everything up to let's cut it. Where we'll do that is where they arrive at Rain Base.
Yeah, I agree. And then the other thing here,
blaze it. We 420 viewers.
There's 420
We
viewers
went
right
from
now.
never having hit 200 to hitting 420 today. That's fucking insane.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment. I can't tell you how much we appreciate it. I know that lots of you have told us how much you appreciate this existing, but it's just speaking into the void without people who are on a journey with you. So we really appreciate it.
I am so grateful. It's amazing.
Yeah, and it's way more fun when you're doing it with people. As Luffy would say, it's more fun with
Aw.
friends. So then when we get into the I pray for your success, which made me start to question what kind of gods we were dealing with that would like that. Right after that, Toto gives Luffy water, which represents his treasure. So it makes it feel like that water. And they really did make it feel that way when he gave Luffy the water and Luffy helped him out and Toto finds him inside of the hole, which was nice because in the beginning Luffy did a really bad job of digging. So it was nice he fix that up because at first he was digging like a rabid dog on fire. When Toto gives him that water, I'm sorry, that's what it seemed like. He was digging in every direction and refilling the hole that poor Toto had been trying to dig out. And then Luffy's like, woohoo, limbs. And then he gives him that water and that moment feels almost magical when he gives him the little container of water. And it also ends up being a thing that shows Luffy's growth and his character. So he's like, wow, water! And he did them in huge, thick letters. And they're all so excited. And he says, I was able to extract some, he said, just after you fell asleep digging last night, I hit damp sand and I was able to extract some water from it. I don't know what that means, but thanks. I'll drink it real slow. It's genuine Yuba water. I'm sorry there isn't more. That moment felt so magical. And then right after that moment, Luffy decides to be petulant and say, I quit. And this reminded me that how cool it was that not only did Luffy gain strength from Vivi in learning how to be a leader, but Vivi gained strength from Luffy. So this is that balance I was talking about too. These are the seeds of balance. You've got Luffy giving Vivi a hard truth. They helped each other grow as leaders. So one was impulsive and one was less impulsive. One took tons of responsibility and one took less responsibility. And together they helped to balance each other out. So he wasn't wrong. He was saying like, look, you can't just ignore what the main problem is and fight around it. You have to go to the source. I mean, yeah, it's nice if you don't have to go to the center, but you can't wait forever to actually attack what matters. And it was absolutely incredible to see this because you at first think that Luffy is doing kind of a Luffyism when he's like, no, I'm not going any further. This bores me. And you're like, come on, man. But then you realize, no, he's right. You can't just kitty cat foot around the subject. You have to go into it and you have to take on the person that matters. So it's time to go see Crocodile Face. And so it really shows that level of maturity as a leader. And it shows that sometimes a leader has to be brash. And I really enjoyed that.
Well, and also, I think part of that conversation is Luffy making it clear to Vivi that Vivi has to be willing to ask for help with this and has to be willing to ask them to put themselves in danger.
Yeah, and I put that down later, a thing about that. Carry on, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Was that conversation later? Am I conflating two conversations?
No, absolutely. It's just that Vivi has to be told this later on again by Zoro.
Okay. The conversation with Luffy I really like because I feel like while Vivi told Luffy the important lesson that a leader needs to know when to supplicate themselves, Luffy makes it clear to Vivi that you also need to know when a leader's job is to ask someone to do something that you should never have to ask someone. That
exactly.
You have to put people in danger sometimes, and that's part of leadership. You can't just take responsibility and all of the pain and all of the suffering yourself. You have to put that on other people sometimes or you're never going to succeed. And it's a more brutal lesson, but I think it's just as important.
Well, Luffy is also really straight to the point and brash here, where he says, we're up against one of the 7 warlords of the sea. 1 million people are urging to fight, and you expect everyone to live. That's naive. And that's a really mature statement.
Yeah. Very, very mature and honest.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the lesson that Vivi needed to have. And then he further provokes her, and they have a full-out brawl. The two of them beat the crap out of each other. And And then when it's done and they're screaming at each other, she says, you can't do it all by yourself. And she says, I have to. I will never forgive that man. I don't care what it costs me. And then he said, then let us help you. We're your friends, aren't we? And it's in that moment where she gets to go back through and realize that she has been naive, but she's also always felt like the burden had to be only on her, where Luffy is showing her that by sharing the burden, it's more possible to have these things be done. But it doesn't mean people won't get hurt. It doesn't mean people won't die. It just means that you're in it together. So you share the burden of what it feels like to lose those people. And I think that was a really great leadership moment that's going to end up doing Vivi really well in the future.
And it's definitely a lesson that Luffy's more comfortable with. Like, as soon as Arlong Park, you see him being like, hey, one person needs help. I'm going to ask the three of you to risk your lives fighting fishmen.
Yeah, 100%. So this was a really cool moment of Vivi growing. And then right away we see that Luffy is growing in other ways too, because Usopp's trying to drink the water and he's like, no, we're not going to waste a drop. An old man stayed up all night so that we could have this water. This water is our most important asset, and treats it like the gold that it is, which shows how much that he's grown as a leader. I also wonder, because they keep using the word sheen, but they separate it, so it's Shien. So I wonder if he was using that way as doing die, if he was saying death in the sky all the time with the hot heat and the sun baking down on him.
That's translated, so I think that's I don't know what doesn't sheen in Japanese.
Yeah, I don't know what he used in the original, which is a problem. I was starting to think, like, can't believe I'm saying this out loud, that I need both the Japanese version and the translated version side by side. I mean, doesn't it just make sense?
No. I mean, that makes sense if you speak Japanese, I guess. But what you're asking to have is to have like an on-call Japanese translator who can look at a chapter and you can ask, hey, does this make sense outside of the context of translation? That's what would make sense to help you in this moment.
Okay, look. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. I can keep a Japanese version on one side, and I can just look at the things like, I had the way that Luffy laughs wrong, for instance, and then you told me how he laughs because they translated it, and it changed everything for me and gave me a theory.
We on call had a revelation that I think we're gonna save for whatever part we need to. I think if we're probably gonna need to wrap this one up without Corkboard Corner, and we'll save that for part 2 because the fight I think will go over pretty quick. But I will say, early on, Viz doesn't translate the classic she of Luffy's laugh. It took them a long time to start doing that, which I think in One Piece is kind of one of the few failures of the Viz translation, in my opinion, because One Piece's weird laughs, I think, add in a lot of texture to the world and are often cute little references to something about the character. I have so many examples, but they're characters you don't know yet. But yeah, I think the she is pretty significant, and we'll talk about that in Corkboard Corner.
Agreed. So that's why I think that it would be really helpful for me to have the manga on one side in Japanese and the manga on another side in English, and be able to look at like the original thing, like what are the words they're using in the background for things, how are people laughing. There's just some things that I think would change it. Plus I can look Japanese up, so if I need to, I'll be like, what does that actually mean?
All right.
Well, for instance, there's stuff that you don't know that ends up having really big meaning, like Hana, the town, is a generic name for flowers on the end of the Basilicus family of plants, things like wasabi and cabbage. And I thought that was really interesting because it's a really important type of flower in a very important family. That helps to feed people, but is also a spice and a thing that is used in Japan, and something that is an iconic Japanese thing. So I was like, it's interesting that he chose to name it that, but maybe it would force me to be looking these things up more and figuring things out in a different way.
What you need is something to force you to look more things up.
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty lazy.
You're not doing a lot of research. You definitely need your hand to be forced so that you have to do more Googling for these episodes.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you right now. This pedal goes up. I need the Japanese
Oh my
manga.
God. If anyone knows a good source to get Japanese raws. Oh my God.
Okay. So
Okay.
in 167, something else that we see is that a couple of times we see the idea that the people are the kingdom. This is said multiple times throughout, but this is one of the first times that it's said. And I just love this moment because saying that all the trappings around the buildings, everything else, the king, the princess, everything else are just things that help the kingdom to run, but the kingdom is really the people. And that was a really beautiful sentiment that's put through the entire thing and really goes in with that Luffy idea that it's relationships that are the main thing. Relationships are everything. So Haru returns because he's best boy, fills everyone in, and is a squadron leader, which we didn't know. And come on, like, of course he is.
The Supersonic Duck Squad.
Oh my God, could that be any more adorable? the fact that I don't have a supersonic duck to get to and fro. I would take my supersonic duck to work. We'd hang out. We'd have jokes. It would sit in the corner and watch kids, and then anytime kids were funny, it would laugh at them. Oh, I need a supersonic duck so bad. And then also we see in this same thing that little boy. We meet Kappa, the Nanahana Shoeshine boy, who ends up being a center of a lot of things. And I knew he would. They gave him a little placard, and anytime you give somebody a placard, you're going to come back and be
Oda
important.
loves to give placards just so you know, hey, this person, relevant.
Yeah, I love that way. I think it's a great way. Because he ends up being super relevant, because when he sees number 2 being a jackass, turning into the king, and then causing absolute mayhem, he is the perfect thing to have the child that is found and brought back later. Like, that is the perfect moment. I can't talk about that. My bad. We're not allowed to go over there. I'm a bad kid.
You skipped ahead. You skipped into part 2. Hey, YouTube,
Sorry,
don't worry, that was edited out.
Yeah,
YouTube won't even see that. It's fine. Twitch viewers are allowed. Okay.
We also meet Pell and Chaka. Love, love, love Pell. Pell and I high-fived. Oh, and I forgot to say that number Mr. 2 has a face similar to that from the guy in the Clockwork Orange. Has that kind of like eyelashes done in the same way, et cetera, et cetera. And the Clockwork Orange was meant to be this kind of division between bringing two sexes together and society being rotten, and him just pointing out all the problems with it. I thought it was a really neat little nod to a Clockwork Orange with Oda. And given how old Oda was, I was like, yeah, I could see that being a nod. So once they learn everything, then on it says page 16. So let me look at where I am. No, you lie. It lies. It lies. So don't listen to it. Oh, they're saying like, oh no, poor Ingram. I can't believe Ingram is dead. And I wrote in my notes, don't worry, he's alive. Because that's one of my predictions. I'm like, nope, that's alive.
True. And Ingram being alive was a prediction you had.
Yeah. And then we move forward and we see, I really love his decision to do this thing that's similar to what you do when you're looking in historical books, when you're studying battles, the way that he created an open map and showed the directionality of each one of the forces, where they were going, who the main leader was, et cetera, et cetera. That made it really fun to read. And he also did like a countdown of time, which was incredible. Super, super impressed with all the map work in here. It was amazing.
It makes it a lot easier to keep track of, and you get to have a good sense of where everything is and what the stakes are.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely awesome. And then we go into 168, but I'm not going to go in the whole thing. We see a little bit of the climate baton from Usopp. So I just want to say, what does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, thank you. That's a gold star for me.
Oh, yeah. You did predict that Usopp would be an alchemist tinkerer. And I feel like alchemist we kind of already had proof of with him making things like the gunpowder star or whatever. But
this climate baton here,
this is tinkering. This is tinkering. You are absolutely correct. Usopp made the climate act, and he is now a Tinker Alchemist, so I will give you a gold star. It took me so goddamn long to figure out how to edit that shitty little animation of the gold star spinning into place. Like, I swear it was about an hour of my editing time on the last video. Was like, all right, I haven't used any of these tools. How the fuck am I? How do you move stuff in DaVinci Resolve?
I looked back on that video because I was trying to see a moment of something I said, and I saw me go, will I get a little thing when I get gold stars? And I could see your face, and you were like, well, I guess you have to now. And I was like, yeah, I just did that for me.
I've seen it. I saw someone way earlier. There wasn't a space to talk about it, but say that they've been recovering from surgery and just caught up, and this has brought them a bit of happiness, and I'm so happy to hear that. That's amazing.
I cannot tell you how happy I am to hear that. It's nice to think that things that you are doing are making people have their journey a little bit easier.
I swear I've not struggled this hard with a picture before in this series since the first
one.
But I think it's coming together. I think we're getting there.
You know what? It's starting to come together. I like the way that the water has been sucked out of his thinning leg, and yeah, it's awful.
Yeah,
actually,
I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there.
Okay. So
well, thank you, Dragon.
I couldn't believe how easily they let themselves get caught. And some people might argue on this. And them, I would say, no. They were way too easily caught.
Sometimes your plan is bad and you get caught.
You know what? That's a really, really good point. I hadn't thought about it that way.
All right. You say you can't believe it, but hasn't Luffy been captured like 3 times now already? Like caught? Like think about it.
Don't get me wrong. I can believe how easy Luffy got caught.
Okay, fair enough.
What I couldn't believe is how easy it was to catch Smoker and the rest of the Straw Hats. I wanted to say to them, Vegeta, it's a trap.
Oh my god. So the thing is, I think Smoker didn't think he was really dealing with an enemy in the moment is the issue, because he's like, yeah, Warlord, that's a guy on my side, and then gets captured and is like, fuck, I guess not.
Yeah.
Plus,
I was just surprised. I was just surprised that the rest of the crew wasn't like, you know what? A little more. Maybe no. But they didn't, and that's fine. It is what it is. Love the introduction of the Sea Prism. Whenever we find ways of helping to control the Devil Fruit, I'm always interested.
Sea Prism was actually introduced way earlier. It was just a very quick note. It's what's on the end of Smoker's Jute.
I knew it was on the end of his thing, but what were the nets made out of that they did?
The
were
nets
those
had
also Sea Prism?
little beads of Sea Prism stone.
Okay, and that's what I was trying to remember. But I like the way that they just set it out here, and then they made all the bars a good reminder that there's a way of helping to control people who have taken the Devil Fruit. Because right now, I mean, there's no hold bar otherwise. So that was very important.
It does kind of help because especially because like you can think about elemental weaknesses for some of the people who can turn into an element, like fire and sand have elemental weaknesses. The fuck is the elemental weakness of smoke?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, how do you without Sea Prism? How do you hurt that fucker? Smoke is hard to hit.
The more time that we spend with Smoker, the more I'm like, how the hell do you fight smoke? Like, it's harder than sand.
Oh, absolutely. Now, nowhere near the offensive power of sand and fire.
No. I came back here. I'm in the thing. I haven't said anything contentious in a while, so I looked at the chat. Somebody said vacuum.
I guess if you run up with a vacuum cleaner on Smoker, he's stuck as long as you keep it turned on, because the second you turn it off, he can just leave.
I'll leave the chat area looking at it if I get say anything crazy. Oh, I also like the idea that Oda used the same gag again. Absolutely awesome. You're in chapter 168, and they're inside of the bar, and they're like, why rain-based Captain Smoker? Call it a hunch. They're sitting back in the bar, and in comes Luffy. Hooray, water! Just walks back down again. I was like, excellent comedic value, well placed, bravo. Okay. Then I also have in here. Oh yeah. They get away. 170 though, for me, the big moment was finding out just how sad I was to find out what Miss All Sunday's devil fruit was.
Yeah, we gotta
Only-
give a purple mushroom because it was not mushrooms and it was not ghosts and it was not telekinesis and it was not electricity.
Or telekinesis. But I'm gonna miss guessing.
You're gonna miss having the chance to guess Miss All Sunday's powers. We're done coming up with fun ones. Do you want to go out on like? Did you have plans for the next one you were gonna say, or had you not gotten there yet?
No, I hadn't thought about it, and I was gonna, but then they were like, "Oh, here's my powers," and I was like,
But
"Aw."
aren't her powers really cool?
Okay, they're so gross looking.
There's
a thing of nightmares,
They're
but
so
they're
cool.
so cool. Like, there is a moment that I'm not allowed to talk about later on that you can delete that this group can hear,
Yeah,
where all
not
the arms
YouTube.
are coming out of the side of the building and holding off all the soldiers and like hitting and pushing them all back. And I was like, oh my God, that's nightmare fuel. But also so cool. Just so cool.
You did point out that me liking it makes sense because one of my favorite aesthetics in anything, all art, one of my favorite aesthetics is plant-based body horror, which is really weird because most body horror I find incredibly disturbing. I hate it. It fucks me up more than almost anything. I will watch body horror movies. I love a Cronenberg, but it truly horrifies me. However, anything plant-based, I'm like, oh, that's so rad. So just the fact alone that they frame her power as the Hana Hana no Mi, the bloom fruit or whatever it is, where she bloom or flower fruit, I don't remember, where she grows body parts out like a flower, like it genuinely might make it work for me just that they've themed it after flowers somewhat, even though it's not flowers at all, very clearly.
Yeah, Trey Fleur it's called.
No, well, Trey Fleur is just one of her attack names because a lot of her
Yeah.
attack names are just a number and then flower.
Right.
French for flower.
Then I also showed you because this is how I found out that you were into weird horror.
Weird plant-based body horror. Yep.
Weird plant-based body horrors, because I found a manga. I decided I wanted to find a manga on my own that I started to look at.
Mm-hmm.
And
you found one that's just coming out now, just starting.
Yeah, and it's now, they have 7 chapters now, so it's survived again.
Every week a manga survives is a big deal.
No, it is a big deal. And so it's called Wild Strawberry, and I found it on Shonen Jump. And it is plant-based horror, but it's wicked cool. And when I showed it to you, because there's a picture they do in there that is ridiculously similar to this huge drawing you made me. And when I saw it, both your dad and I were like, whoa, that's creepy. Like, it's so similar, it's creepy. So I had to show it to you, and then you were like, oh, I love that. I love plant-based horror.
Plant-based horror is so good. I am such a, oh yeah, someone pointed out, remember when you were like, why were you stressing that one syllable? What was it? And I said, you can't watch the video because you can't know me taunting you. You were going to go out on a huge limb to guess Miss All Sunday's powers.
I have to admit, that was clever. You rocked. You rocked it out. When I found out what her thing actually was and I went back, I was like, okay, that's amazing.
Yeah. For all the people suggesting other manga that she's going to read, I kind of want to keep it in a way where she can just choose to read anything she wants in the world. And we might do like general series reviews other than One Piece after, if there's a series that I think would be good that she hasn't checked out yet. But until then, I think what I want from you is read what you want. And if you finish something and really like it, we'll just do a video about that wholly.
Okay.
Because I don't know. I don't think you should live your entire life for content.
No, I would agree. And also, I really wanted to find one that was brand new to see if it could survive and I could be a part of the beginning of something.
That's honestly really cool. I hope it does. I should read the rest of it because I really like the first chapter.
It's so good.
Hey, yeah, this is the
really
brief break where we tell
it.
everyone to. This isn't going to make it to YouTube, but we tell everyone in YouTube right now, check out Wild Strawberries. It's pretty good.
Wild Strawberry. Okay, humans, guess what just arrived?
What has arrived? Where are we? What is happening?
Guess what just arrived to my door?
What is it? Your corkboard?
Corkboard!
Oh my god, so by next week, when we do our recap and maybe talk about the next mini arc, you will have a corkboard.
I will have an actual corkboard.
Very exciting
Can I
stuff.
tell you? Way too excited.
Corkboard corner just became literal, y'all. Just so you know, once she gets the corkboard with all the pins, she's actually going to be making TikToks and sending them to me to put on YouTube Shorts for the channel of the corkboard and all of her theories and everything. So that is the thing to look forward to.
Oh, not only that, one of the things that I do in crafting is I make felt monsters. I make them for little kids to represent things that they're trying to grow at. So I had a kid who was really timid and I made her a bravery monster.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to make little characters for each of them, and so I can put them on because I got a felt and corkboard, so I can put little characters, the Mary, all sorts of things on it, and then have them in different areas. I'm so stoked. I'm going to be happier. It's going to be so awesome. Okay.
I am thrilled for your corkboard. I can't wait to see what it looks like put together.
Okay. Here we go. Moving along.
By the way, people found your felt monsters very, very cute and are very endeared to it.
I have a kid who told me, I don't have a soul. And I was like, ridiculous. You have a soul. Then I made her a monster and gave it to her. And she was like, this looks just like my soul. I was like, yep.
That's adorable. Oh my god.
Okay,
Very cute.
So the king is kidnapped. Don't love that either. Whatever. I was glad though that when everybody was taken and put into the prison, the one thing it did that I really, really liked is it's just a great vehicle to have Smoker have his mind changed more. And it does, right? So it's like such a great area to put them all in together, because suddenly you know that Luffy is somebody whose goodness shines through him, and people can't help but be pulled towards it. And so I knew that if he spent any time in there, that there was going to be an opportunity for Smoker to change the way he felt about him. And he does. Spoiler alert, obvs. Okay, here we go. We're into 171. King is kidnapped. So you know what I was thinking too, is that Koza and the king feel the exact same way about the kingdom, which is really, really interesting. Which leaves room in the future. Leaves room in the future for Koza to become more important if we can come back into that eventually. And so I want to have a little prediction moment there, because I think that we're going to see for sure people from this arc again. They're going to be important. How could they not be important? They're so important. But
All right.
Koza also believes that the kingdom are its people. And the kingdom are what makes the people are what makes a kingdom, just like the king does. They both have the same opinion. So because he feels the same way, they both treasure the people. That's their treasure, because they treasure the kingdom, but the kingdom is the people. And I think it's really cool to see this parallel thing going on where Koza thinks he's doing the very best thing that he can, but in actuality, he's hurting his kingdom. What a heartache to find out that the thing that you are trying to protect with your whole heart is actually the thing that you have had a hand in destroying.
And from Koza's perspective, he is willing to risk life and limb and kill when he doesn't want to kill for the sake of his kingdom, and then finds out that he's been manipulated and none of that was the right thing to do.
Exactly. Absolutely crushing, devastating, horrific. So we're going to see them again. We are going to see them again. And Koza is going to be very important at some point. And I think that because in a lot of the parts of this arc, you see him have to...
We gonna slap down a prediction that Koza's going to be important?
Koza's going to be important.
All right, put it in the
and
predictions.
I don't know how that, so all I can say is that Koza's going to be important. I don't have enough information for anything else. But I will, pedal goes up, Koza's going to be important, because the way that he feels, the way that he is able to put together that many people to follow him, he's already a leader. He had as many people behind him as the king did. It did help that you had a charismatic leader, rockstar in Crocodile Face, that was able to help push people to the other side, but you wouldn't be able to keep them there unless you had the ability to lead on the other side. So I think that Koza paralleling the king in his feelings and his actions is going to be a thing that means that he has to come back into the story again.
Alrighty. We have it predicted.
Okay. Who's writing all these down and doing all this work?
That is our great mod, Kaito Luminous.
You know what, Kaito Luminous, can I just tell you, you rock.
Yeah, we just got a new mod, and I forgot her name. Let me just check. But someone who knows Kaito from a different... Oh, apparently I missed a treat for Bellamy. Dang. The chat is moving too quickly. I'm going to have to do that now. Blue Dragonfly 81. So Blue Dragonfly is our new mod who volunteered. Because holy hell, if we're going to hit 420 at the beginning of a stream, we do need more than one mod. Good boy.
Yeah. I think that's amazing because this is so much work, and to take this on when we were just a small and hilarious shadow in the corner and do all this work, like, I really appreciate that.
It's amazing. I'm so grateful to Kaito and the rest of our mods, present and future.
Yeah.
Someone wants to know if you think Pearl is going to be important in the future.
I think that it's going to be really important to run him over a few times. Yeah.
Is this some anti-Pearl feeling that we have here?
I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so you run him over, and then you go beep, 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 and then you back that truck up.
Okay.
And then you run him over again.
I want your guess. Who do you figure is going to be more important, Pearl or Wapple?
God, they both suck so bad, but Wapple.
You figure if one of them is going to be important, it'd be Wapple?
Yeah, Pearl can become a clam chowder.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oyster fritter.
I feel like I don't love where we're at with the art, but I think I'm going to be able to get in the render. I think the render is going to make this one good. All right, so we're moving on. They've been captured. Yep. How do they get out of these bonds? What brave, heroic character is going to save our heroes?
Don't forget we have the fake king moment and the kid sees it.
Oh, you're right. We have the fake king. That's important.
Now Kaizo thinks that the kid was also injured by the king and his men.
Yep.
And then I wrote down here, don't worry, kid. You're going to fix everything. I can feel it.
Of course.
Okay. Escaping the cages. So let's just put that somebody in the, because we have a Discord chat room for book talk.
Uh-huh.
And I just want to hype up that Discord chat room. Every once in a while I go in there and I end up having like a bit of a chat with someone for a while, and I had one last night and they changed a picture I put in and made it so epic for me, which I frickin' loved. It was pretty cool. But in that they were saying that Sanji had to have this characteristic of being so gross with women because they needed to do something to give him a flaw, because otherwise he would just come off way too well, because there's so many things about him that are fantastic that if you didn't have this thing, he would end up being way too good. Right?
It's just like how he needs to not use his hands in a fight, otherwise he'd be way too good. Sanji's got to be constantly handicapped, otherwise he's just going to dominate.
You're like, you're way too awesome. Let's do this to you. But it seems like so many times they keep Sanji out of whatever the action is, and he is always the one who's not being captured, and he's always where else coming back in and having to rescue them. I think Sanji should take a book and just mark down times I wasn't captured and needed to rescue you from cages.
Sanji is the go for win condition character. He looks at what's needed for the Straw Hats to win. He's like, all right, everybody else is thinking about who we've got to beat up. I'm going to think about like a little bit more broadly what we need to do in order to actually make it out of this alive, in order to win. And it comes across so cool to see everyone else have only thought about fighting and immediate problems, and then suddenly whatever obstacle was in our path, if it was done less gracefully as a writer, it would feel like an ex machina that whatever problem we're facing is just solved by Sanji. But every time it's like, no, this makes sense. This is fucking Sanji. This is a suave ass bastard who's going around recognizing problems and solving them before they happen.
Yeah, exactly. So in the moment where Sanji calls them, it's really cool because when you see somebody like Crocodile Face, who looks like a rock star, acts like a rock star, swiggity swagging his way around the world, creating layered issues that actually are able to reef a nation into two and create factions that he's able to take advantage of those to get what he wants. And then you have somebody call up and says, yeah, this is Restaurant La Crap. And you watch that other character lose their swiggity swag and just get like so pressed and so pissed off that Sanji gets under his skin immediately. And you're just like, yeah, Sanji, bringing it up. He is absolutely the one who's coming into the back and being like, let me take you down a peg or two. You're feeling way too cool about yourself.
Crocodile gets a call and is like, wait a minute, are you the bastard that gave a rough massage to my otter and vulture?
I can't believe you're talking about them in that way. I've thought about it, and I think that they are currently in one of the spas.
All right, they're on the spa island where we met our good friend Mr. 2.
Yeah,
Mr.
there's
3,
a few
Mr.
of those.
3.
They were found, and now they're being taken over to the spa land. Okay. And then Vivi goes out to find Sanji, and Sanji, as one does.
Yeah.
Because, as usual, he's doing the coming out for the rescue.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a moment when Miss All Sunday gets to see Crocodile being his usual disgusting self, breaking the bridge, trapping all sorts of people inside. And moment after moment in this section, we're planting seeds. So we're planting seeds in Smoker, where he's starting to see, because he's starting to see that the Straw Hats are actually working from a good place, filled with worry and love and respect for others.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll do what needs to get done in order to make people safer, especially Fringe. And then we see Miss All Sunday, who's realizing that her allegiance is given to the wrong person and that his purposes for life don't meet her own.
Yep.
And then we're seeing seeds planted about someone like Koza. We're seeing that this is a person who's going to become a bigger and bigger deal and a large leadership. So there's all these seeds being planted the entire time. And I have a list of other seeds. Some of them come into fruition for harvest in part 2 of this, and some of them are for later on. But I liked these moments because it really showed here that Crocodile Face was just going to leave people to linger inside of his building and make them unsafe, that she was like, ugh, I can't believe this is where I've given my allegiance, that I have to keep kissing his feet and bowing to his will in order to meet my own needs. And it's just no longer sitting with me.
I think it really feels like there being good people present makes it harder for her. That you can't have this idea that there's no good options in the world.
Yeah, exactly. And so that was a really neat thing to look at, because we see that come to fruition for the first time after 178, which we'll talk about in a minute, or as I like to call it, the moment that Drock was the biggest jerk.
I think I was very nice, actually.
Yeah, I don't think you think that. Which we'll talk about in a bit. So Sanji goes with the princess, and when they're coming back to rescue them, we have this cute sneak moment on page 7 of my good great boy in chapter 175, where he's sneaking by Crocodile Face in trying to look like a people. Go Chopper, you're the cutest. I'm getting there so I can just look at him again because I want to see it. That's right. That's how cute it was. Ah, God, you're cute. All right. And then Smoker starts to see fully who the Straw Hats are, the way that they're working together, the way that they're helping each other out, the way that the princess is so dedicated to them after this time that she spent, that she could have rescued herself, but instead she goes out to find Sanji because it is that important to her that she can rescue them. And so he sees the influence that these people have had. And then there's this really cool moment that I loved. I got to get a thesaurus. We got to have more words than moment. Where
instant, event, scene.
Yeah, but I just lean into that one over and over again. Like, don't mind me, I'm just going to stick in this word.
Just have post-it notes with synonyms on your computer screen.
Instead of moment, consider using these.
Hey,
Yeah.
I wonder if we can have a voice recognizer set up that if you say the word moment too much starts to like have a little clippy prompt like, we've noticed you using this word a lot.
Yeah, you would think of that. A person who would stop on chapter 178 would think of that.
It's a good stopping point.
Okay. It's a good topic.
It's a good stopping
No.
point.
No. So then Luffy says, Zoro, save him. But he's the enemy. Leave him. But if we leave him, he'll die. He'll sink like an anchor. I know, but you don't owe me anything. It was the captain's orders. I'd have let you drown. Then
Love
you won't
that.
mind. Yeah, and that section there and that idea was really cool. But then the other one that was really cool is when they're sitting outside and they're like, Luffy says, whoa, smokes. So also he gave him a nickname.
Perfect.
Good guy. He's now called, you still want to fight? So this is really cool because it shows that idea that Luffy has that, no, we bonded as friends. You understand where I come from. I can see that you're changing. It's impossible for me to believe that somebody who believes in justice could still feel like I was the target. And so he is actually in shock when Smoker says that, because to him, he's like, no, we are on the same team. And there's no way you can.
Remember?
Yeah. And so when he goes, whoa, Smokes, you still want to fight? It's kind of almost like he triggered for Smoker. Yeah, why do I still want to fight for him? He goes, is this kid for real? And he can see that he is changing and he is moving sides because he suddenly understands, like, yeah, what am I doing? And so he says, just this once, I'll let you get away. And that's a seed. Come on. That's a seed. It's going to be more than once. You think so? You think so, Smokes? But let me tell you, I see your future.
So are we making a prediction that there will be a future moment where our good great buddy Smoker goes,
I think it's Smokes.
fuck, Smokies how it's usually translated, but I think, yeah, Smokes is what Viz did. Where Smokes is like, shit, fine, one more time, I'll let you do some shit.
So my pedal goes up is that for a few times he's gonna keep being like, okay, I'm gonna let you get away this time too, and then eventually he's gonna be like, oh damn it, I'm on his side, and he's gonna be one of the people that helps Luffy take a position of power.
Let's make those two predictions, because I think that's two different levels. One of them is Smoker's gonna help Luffy take a position of power in the world and join his side. One of the predictions is that Smoker, at least one more time, will just let Luffy get away with some bullshit.
At least one more. It might be more than one.
Thank you for the subs, you two. Regus Reg and Failed Jester. Ooh, a 3-month sub. Wow.
Did we get to see Bellamy eat a treat?
A while ago we did.
Can somebody ask for Bellamy to have a treat? I didn't get to see him.
I think you've missed like 3.
Are you kidding me?
Look, it makes it hard to edit the video if I say it every time it happens.
I suppose, but crush my soul. I never get to see the Bellamy.
Bellamy's the name of my dog, chat, by the way. Come here, buddy. Bell boy. Someone wants you to get some pets. He doesn't come on screen when he gets pets, but you can know that he's being pet. Yeah, good little guy. Okay. Let's see. Where are we? Where were we?
I actually wrote on this. It says Luffy's in shock. Smoker wants to fight. His understanding. And then I went, "Don't worry, Luffy. He'll be on your side eventually."
You'll get through to him. Don't worry, bud.
Love that we found out that Tony has a great enough nose that he could track the smell of Nami's perfume.
I do like that as a little problem-solving thing, and it gives a tool in the Straw Hat toolkit to use in the future.
Yeah. And then we meet the crab.
Okay.
Do you think I liked it?
Let me think about this. Would you have liked an animal that we met?
I don't know.
I'm gonna say yes.
I love the crab. Except for then he's a pervert.
Look, sometimes a crab is a pervert.
He's such a perv. And why would the crab be interested in humans?
Look, it's a weird choice.
Just like, bleh. But the crab was cute. And this is another moment. So in 177, we're coming up to your picture. Do you want me to move through after, and you're going to keep doing this picture prior to the other one?
I think I'm going to keep doing this picture, and I think we're gonna, as much as I didn't want to, have to delay this one and make it go a little long, just because of how much difficulty I'm having with the picture. So I think we'll go into some ending segments for this YouTube video before moving on, because I do want to do the other picture. I want a break. So I'm going to try to render this as quickly as possible. Normally it's easier,
and then go
but
back in.
Yeah, this one has been really hard to draw.
Blood all over the ground.
Yeah. So they're out. Crocodile's on his way. He's going to finish this war. He's planning to help the revolutionaries take over the country and do something. We don't know yet. And then just a nice good thing happens. That's our breaking point for this episode. What?
No, you be quiet. I have.
Do you want to talk about? Okay, yeah.
No.
You take the helm. You take the helm. Let's see.
I'm gonna cover some stuff and take the helm, because you don't get to lead us up to Shish Kebab Creek. You're a bad kid, a bad kid, and so I'll lead us towards Shish Kebab Creek. Thank you very much.
Oh, of course.
So Zoro reminds Vivi when they're on the crab and they're having these things that she has to trust in her team, and so she has to trust in Luffy's ability to take care of himself, but also has to trust in them to help her. And Luffy decides that Crocodile has to die because he doesn't want Vivi battling for the rest of his life. And I really like the time that he's talking, and Miss All Sunday is standing there listening to him, and he says, you're the idiot here because you're the one who doesn't understand that your greatest asset is friendship. And he basically tells Crocodile, like, who could think that throwing away friendship is the way to get stronger and to accomplish anything? And so Miss El Sunday is sitting there and watching this and thinking about all the times that she's belittled and threatened by Crocodile Face, and realizing that her alliance is with somebody who is leading without heart. And she sees Luffy, who is willing to throw himself in front of somebody who's clearly so powerful, because he's not doing it for himself, he's doing it for somebody else. And she just decides, I am not at the point yet that I can be a part of destroying you or a part of aiding you, so I'm going to leave. And she walks away from the fight and allows Luffy to have it one-on-one. And I think that was a really cool moment for us, because I was saying, like, I think this is a time that I actually got to see the seed start to grow in her. And then we're into the Grand Line level. And he says, unlike some fools who are satisfied with their powers as they are, I condition myself to improve my skills. And then I said inside of my head, excellent notes, says Luffy. So I like that Luffy is being taught that there's more to being strong than just using what you have. It's learning what you have and all the possibilities of what it can do. So if you're just going to walk through life and find out what you're capable of in the moment, that's not going to be enough.
What I think is really neat about it too is I think instantly, as soon as they start exchanging blows, well, exchanging blows is actually the wrong word for what happens in this one. As soon as they start exchanging attacks, you very quickly come to the understanding of what kind of fighter in this world Crocodile is. And I think undoubtedly at this point, we have seen stronger martial artists. We have seen stronger fighters. Like, we have seen people with more physical stamina or strength and better moves. But I don't think we have seen a better Devil Fruit master to this point. I think Crocodile has pushed his Devil Fruit, an already very strong Devil Fruit that makes him almost impervious to physical damage. He's pushed to an extent that it is, like, just brutally powerful at this point.
Yeah, and so if you want to think of an analogy that's easy to look at, if somebody plays a game like Magic the Gathering, or even if it's a board game, and it's a complicated game, and they have a lot of firepower, and they're able to throw like a few really big things out all the time, they're going to lose against somebody who has less firepower, but a really, really good understanding of what they're capable of doing, because they're going to be able to counterattack as well as they're going to be able to attack. And so by Crocodile Face actually understanding and learning what his skills are and taking them out to the limit, he's able to do something in a way that many others at his power level wouldn't be able to do, and it makes him that much stronger and more impressive.
Mm-hmm.
And then I love that the water that came from Toto ends up growing Luffy's arm back, because in that moment we also found out a few other things. Luffy found out information. That's another seed planter that comes back later. All sorts of things happen inside of there. I wrote all sorts of things into here. Luffy fights so hard, but he puts a timer down, and the timer is running out, and he still has this confidence and this strange bravado, because it's the same way as when his head was going to get chopped off in Logtown. He just has this way of coming in at things. And then boom, right through his center. He's skewered in the middle. Blood's dripping everywhere. His energy and his husk of a body are being sucked away into the drying powers that are Crocodile Face, the disaster. And then his body is chucked down onto the ground. And then you think to yourself, Self, can we stop here?
Can we? Could we? Could we stop there?
You're the worst.
Look,
100% no. Like, I didn't even have a choice. What was I going to do at this point? Just walk away? Yeah, that's good. We'll do the rest later.
I love this moment. I hate this moment, but I love it so much because we're pushers. We're the One Piece community. I've gotten several people to read this series, and when they reach this point, I've had a few people who are like, my only critique so far really is that like everything feels too easy for Luffy. It feels like he's always strong enough that like nothing threatens him. He can't lose. He's always going to win. My experience first reading this was actually wild because I didn't realize how rich this story was going to be. So I spoiled myself on a few things by accident, trying to just look stuff up because when I obsess over something, I want to know about it. So I go to the wiki and I Google or whatever. And I read about Crocodile, and I read, okay, yeah, that sounds like a cool character. I didn't realize he was an arch villain. And I quickly skimmed through to find out about his devil fruit because I was trying to learn about devil fruit powers. And this is the moment where I realized I shouldn't look into the series. I read after the second time he defeated Luffy, and my brain went, that doesn't make sense. That has to be wrong. Luffy doesn't lose. And you get to this point, and you kind of do feel at this point, Luffy doesn't lose. He's always strong enough. He can always do it. And you see him get skewered, bleeding, and just, it's drawn in such a way that you instantly know he lost. It's over. This fight is done. And at a moment where a country's at stake, it feels impossibly brutal.
Yeah, exactly. And so it was wrecking. Oh, wait. So I could not possibly, in my defense.
In your defense.
Luffy was a shish kebab. I had to read forward.
Of course.
So this is not where we stop. But I get to do the thing because I'm the one who does the things about the stuff and the buttons.
Okay, so you want to do the stuff and the buttons?
Yeah.
We're almost done. We're almost done this part. I do need to finish this wrong. We're going to keep going on this part until I'm done this wrong, basically.
Okay.
All right.
So do you want me to name my top people in this, or do we want to wait till the very end?
I think do the plug. Do the subscribe plug for this episode, and then we'll
do everything else in the end.
I think we'll do most of it at the end. I do want to do a little bit of discussion for this one in our closing segments, just so there's a bit of closing segment.
That's fair. Okay. Ready?
So I can finish the drawing.
Look, Selena is calling me. No, she doesn't know. You'll have to take her name out. Poor kid. Okay. Hey, are you human? Yeah, me too. If you're human and you enjoy this, press the like button. Maybe think about subscribing so that you can see all the great adventures of us humans in the future. And press the little bell so it has the all symbol, so that every time something new happens, you're a part of the community. We're happy to have you here, and we're looking forward to the future.
Hell yeah. Beautiful. All right. I like the lead in. I like "Are You Human?" It's I think that's gonna get a lot of people. I think a lot of people are gonna say that does describe me. Holy shit! How did you know?
Yeah, well, I realized today I'm human. I want to, and just in case anyone else was, I want to put that out there.
Crap nuts.
Next week, I'll do one for aliens.
Okay, good. Someone in the audience specifically seems to be implying that they're being left out because they're an alien, so very, very glad to hear that. Someone pointed out, while we're waiting, we can talk about cover stories quickly, while we're waiting for me to finish my art, because it was a slow start today. I didn't get the groove today. It took a bit to find this one. To be fair, I had too much to do, and I didn't do my before stream practice that I normally do to get going. So let's talk about Django's cover story, beginning to end. What did you think? What happens?
So I'm gonna kind of move through it in an interesting clip. So the thing that I liked about Django's, and I'm gonna go back here, is that they created that neat relationship between him and the other dude, who we then later find out is a Navy guy, and they have all their dance competitions, and we get to see them having all this fun. And boy, did he really play into that dance time. Like, we danced in our cover stories for a long time and had competitions and went to parties and had all the fun in the entire world. And then let me go back to the parts that I love. And then when he is being held accountable, you're like, oh, wait, what? And he's going before the judge and the jury, and you're like, oh, I actually didn't see that coming. I'm a little surprised. And then on top of it, you wait for the next cover story, and they are like, yeah, you're guilty. And we're going to kill you.
I mean, he was a pirate.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but it was a bit surprising. That's not the ending you think of happening. And so suddenly you have his friend, which was once again this moment that I think helped to play into Luffy's idea. So remember to call me back to that afterwards. Okay. So he says here, I'm just trying to find the part with his dance party on it because I'm not there right now. There it is. So he says in there, his friend comes back and out come the fans, and on the fans are written the word, is it defense? I'm trying to remember. I have it written somewhere, but I don't know. And so his friend starts having this huge dance power, amazing moment, and the entire courtroom gets involved, and panel after panel, week to week, we just see them having their dance off as he's trying to get him acquitted. And it's this awesome thing because it's just like where it is, Dance of the Peon Pals. Awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Because it shows how important their friendship is, and that even at the last moment, somebody who is in the Navy is going to put their neck on the line and beg the court to have forgiveness for them, and try to get them acquitted because their friendship means more than their title. So that's a thing that I said earlier, that Luffy seems to have this this power to make people realize that they are more than the position they came in, that it's okay to believe in your position and be on a side and have loyalty, but your loyalty should be to people that you've made personal connections to. And you should let people see who you are, and you should defend that friendship. And Luffy has that exact same kind of feeling to him. So when he's trying to have him acquitted, and they have their little dance off, and all the fans come out and they're rocking it. And I think that's 169. I think that's why I couldn't find it here, because you have to remember I'm going back in time. But you can make this seem.
We're going a bit ahead for Django. I think
you can make this seem seamless when you're done.
Oh, totally.
It'll be brilliant with all of your skills.
Of
and
course.
time.
You
have a lot of time.
I'm the world's greatest editor with a ton of time, and that's why there's definitely not moments where our audio filters drop and suddenly the audio quality changes entirely for a moment. Definitely a thing that's never happened.
Now that I have my actual corkboard, I can put I can put all of these kind of pieces together, and I'll be able to actually just recall what happened on these pages rather than having to look them up. The text on the fan says objection, and they have quite a raucous dance off, the Django's Dance Paradise courtroom boogie. And then when he gets to the other side, they both see that woman. Do you know who the woman is? Because she ends up being in the later text, and I didn't write her name down here.
I think Hina. I also think, if I'm not mistaken, the Marine who becomes friends with Django is Full Body, who's the one that complained in the restaurant in Baratier.
100%. It absolutely is, which is a really cool moment. And so, not moment. And so when they get off, they both see her, they both fall gaga over her, and they both become under her command because they want to serve under her. So you end up having at the beginning of this thing a friendship that builds. He leans into the friendship. They're both kind of going against their positions to be friends. And then the one who should just be like, I mean, you were a pirate, instead objects to it, creates this giant dance off, gets him acquitted, and then the pirate ends up working for the Navy, which is such a cool ending for the two of them. And they work together on the ship, which makes them feel like a crew of two, like they're within side of the whole system, but they're also a crew of two, which is another one of those seed moments, because it feels like we're planting an idea that these two later on are going to be able to understand that the position is less than the people. The people are the kingdom. And so it's seed planting later for when I think Luffy is people are going to put Luffy into his position. He isn't going to take King of the Pirates. It's going to be a progression of people understanding that there's a different way of seeing the world, and Luffy represents the way they want to see the world.
All right. God, I'm almost done. So what can we talk about? I mean, we should do a bit of closing segments for the YouTube crowd, because they only get the one video this week. So
I want to do a little thing here where I talk about my favorite characters in this one, because it should end properly.
So let's do our closing segments. We're going to be changing them a bit going forwards. I think I want to save talking about devil fruits for a top tier list for when we do retrospectives from now on, because there's enough not changing that I think we should wait until we do retrospectives and update a tier list. And I want to save, there's something else I want to change. Oh, well, but I think, we should do favorite character of the part. Who's our top 5 MVPs of part 1 of Alabasta up to 178?
Okay. MVPs are really hard in this one. Because the Straw Hats are an MVP group. Like, they work in a way that's beautiful. It's like when they wrapped their arms inside of the tourniquets and walked off onto shore, they kind of, even though they had arguments, it was almost like they were arguing with themselves in their own mind. They worked as one. There was unity and separation, and they worked for a purpose in a way that Baroque could only have wished to, even though their timing was spectacular. And once again, the theme of timing was there, and Oda used the time in a very specific way. It was like they worked in a group. So it's really hard to separate them. But having said
there's
that,
so many characters that are deserving of a favorite in part 1 of Alabasta. Like, fucking Crocodile is our best villain so far, I think. Like, I think it's fair to put him above Arlong.
So obvious. Like, you wouldn't want to have a conversation about it. What a boring conversation. Who's the best villain? Yeah, obviously Crocodile Face.
Yeah, like Arlong is next best, and I don't think it's close. I think Arlong is leagues above Arlong still.
No, Crocodile Face could wrap him up in a big old sand hug and make no more use of that kid.
Yeah, so
although Arlong has the wet goodness, so
as long as if they fight near water, Arlong has a chance. I guess, because Fishman Karate is specifically probably good against Crocodile. He has a better chance than most people.
Yeah, that would be a very interesting thing, because I think that's the only way that could happen. Okay, so
look, we say things wrong sometimes, chat. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I can't believe. Okay, this is so hard. I didn't think it would be this hard. This time it's really hard for me.
There's a lot. Luffy's great this section. Vivi's great. Old man is great. Toto. Sanji's fantastic.
Okay.
Mr. 3, we skipped Mr. 3 saving the crew by being threatened to make a key. He's important.
Yeah, no, but Mr. 3 made a key. And Mr. 3 is definitely going to come back. That's in my prediction wheel. Like
Ooh,
that.
predictions. Mr. 3 comes back.
Mr. 3 comes back. Okay. You know what? Miss All Sunday.
Miss All Sunday's number 1. Oh.
Yeah. Miss All Sunday.
All right.
Can't believe I just had to say that out loud, but I've done a lot of thinking, and her character was development after development after development. And yet, she was honing in on herself. Am I evil? Am I not evil? And working on both sides. And she was a turning point in this story over and over again. And I just think that Miss All Sunday is my number 1. Number 2 isn't a question. I'm going to make it Sanji. He's coming in clutch all the time, knocking their asses out of jail. And this is a Sanji moment. Like he's doing that all the time.
Banana gators. We skipped another animal, the banana gators. Where are they? Your new favorite animal?
You can put banana gators on the corner where we don't look at them.
Oh my god, hatred of an animal. I never thought I'd see the day.
No, that isn't hatred. Just don't want to look at them directly.
Okay. We got Sanji beating up banana gators, saving them from prison, coming in clutch, calling himself Mr. Prince.
Oh, and his awesome comedic moment of Le Crap Restaurant. Restaurant Le Crap. Yeah, he was awesome in this one. And then I'm gonna... you know what? I'm gonna do a weird thing and you're gonna hate it, and that's just not my problem.
Okay.
3 is a tie because the two of them were working as one.
I don't hate that. I think having a tie is fine.
They were learning from each other. They were giving each other everything they could before they were separated, and that is a Vivi Luffy tie.
I think that's great. No, I think they kind of act as perfect foils to each other this entire section.
They absolutely were. And so because they were such great foils, I want them to be 3 together, holding hands, braiding each other's hair.
Okay.
In a good way. And number 4 is Smoker.
Smoker, interesting. Now, he's complicated, he's interesting, he is compelling, he moves the story forwards a bit when he tries really hard. Now I have a big question for you. Big important question. Does Ace make top cut and get to 5?
Ace is 5.
Okay, I figured you wouldn't let him not be in the top 5 because you tend to like the few characters in One Piece that are just very cool.
I'm not gonna... I wanted to make Ace 1 so bad, but no, he's not. He just isn't.
He just doesn't do enough. He kind of just shows up, like, that's it. Yeah. Now, granted, does he show up and be very cool? Yes. Does he have a big flying flame versus smoke battle? That is inherently a stalemate, because what are fire and smoke going to do to each other?
Fire and smoke are basically hanging out together, being like, wee!
They're just flying up there like, so, you seeing good movies? Like...
We can't hurt each other. Do you want to dance?
Should we... Smoker, we can give up anytime. I don't give up on fighting pirates. You're Smoke! What's your plan?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to say that Ace is 5. Like, Ace did come in hot, like my main man Mihawk. But he's not doing as much as my main man did. So, he's 5.
Someone's mentioning that we didn't even bring up Tashigi, but, I mean, what does Tashigi do this whole section?
Tashigi brought her face, and that's about it for me. Yeah, she comes in the next one. She's important and awesome in the next section when we're moving on to the second image and the other piece. I think that Tashigi is bringing it in that section.
Yeah, now of the devil fruits introduced in part 1, we have the sand fruit. We have we have the fire fruit. We have the shapeshift fruit that I don't remember the name of. Clone fruit. Is that it for first part for the new devil fruits?
No, we've got what was Miss Sunday's called again? Is it just called? People will know. What is it called?
I remember the Japanese name. The Japanese name is the Hana no Mi, but...
Does anyone know what it's called? Mana?
Hana is Japanese.
What is it in not Japanese?
What a great question that is. The flower fruit.
Flower. Good. And then we have the tweet fruit.
Oh yeah, Pell's Falcon Fruit.
And then we have flame.
Yep.
Clone.
Yep.
Okay. Tweet.
Look, I know Hana is flower, but sometimes they pick a different word. Like, Mera is more fire than flame, I think, but they chose flame. So sometimes they change it. So of the new fruits introduced, which is your favorite?
Now I'm gonna do all fruits all the time.
You're doing all fruits. You're doing all fruits every time. You don't. Okay, fine. You can make the rules here.
I'll change them all the time. But here it goes.
Yeah. As a part 1, before we've met the part 2 devil fruits.
Hana.
Okay. We still have Nico Robin's fruit at the top.
And then it's the tweet fruit, because I likes to fly. I mean, I don't know, because I've never done it, but I'm pretty sure I would.
You're pretty sure you'd like to turn into a falcon and fly around.
Can you even imagine the great good awesomeness of flying around as a falcon?
I truly cannot imagine it.
I can. I would be so good at it. And then I think flame.
Okay. Yeah. Turning into fire, pretty badass.
Yeah, I just started to think there's a lot of applications of flame beyond, because flaming can boil water, create steam. It can lift things. It can burn things. You can create power with it. There's a lot of things that can be done. You'll never be cold.
No, there's nothing to it.
You can cook your lizard in a desert when you kill it.
True. No, I do agree with you. There's a lot to... honestly, anything that makes you intangible and lets you fly, pretty cool.
Yeah. And then I also think then I'm going to go with the gum fruit.
All right. Rubber's still up there. Never hug your daughter again.
And then for now, the clone.
All righty. I think that's a pretty good list. I think you got a good choice there.
Yeah, this picture you're making, that's horrific. Yeah, that describes my left-offness at chapter 170. Hey, you know what, Mama? I really care about you. You're a great person. Stop at chapter 178.
Yeah, stop right here at chapter 178. I stand by that this is a good stopping point, that this separates the arc really well.
I could have stopped at 180.
You could have, but then the tone is
different. I know,
I
read ahead.
The tone is different.
Your face is different.
I think this is a good stopping point. I'm going to clean this up a little later, because I think we got to move on to the next one. We're already 15 minutes over, so I'm gonna slap a logo on it, and the time-lapse will look a little different for YouTube viewers, because I'm going to come back after the fact and just tidy it up a bit, because this one, like I said, took me a while to get into the groove today, because I didn't do my practice, so... show. And then we're gonna get started, everybody. Oh wait, we should do a goodbye to the people of YouTube, because they only get this one. I
want to say goodbye to them too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for watching, YouTube. It's been great to have you. We're about to record the second one right away, so in a week from now, I should be posting the video, or you can check out the VOD if you don't want to wait for the edited version. Did you want to...
Do I want to say goodbye?
Yeah, you said you did.
Yeah, here we go. Hey YouTube, it's me, Mama Drock. I just want to take you aside and say, I'm really sorry that you have to wait another week to not have Luffy skewered like a shish kebab hanging off of Crocodile Face's arm. I'm sorry.
I just want to say I'm not sorry. This is good. I've done a good thing, and until next time, it's been lovely talking to you.
I like that you end it with "I'm not sorry."
Look, there's already one goofy art channel on the internet that ends every episode with "I'm sorry." I can't. There's not space for two of them. I'm the unapologetic artist. I'm the artist who wants you to suffer. Kind of the bad boy of the goofy YouTube art world.
You are the bad boy of the goofy YouTube artwork. That is the most specific bad boy I've ever heard.
I'm not going to apologize.
You bad boy art world.
I'm getting a lot of support for this decision, and I'm loving it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna take a sip of water.
Yeah, I'm gonna stretch a bit before we get started. Oh.
Oh, I have legs still. Woo!
Gunbuster, it's on purpose. Don't worry. I'm aware of how that came across.
The bad boy of the
That wasn't meant to sound serious and badass. I'm not conceited enough to think that's cool to say.
You need to make yet another avatar of you, and it should have you posing and looking and going, the bad boy of the YouTube art world.
I feel like it's kind of hard to fit that in as an emoji is the problem.
All the coolness layers?
Yeah, well, that to imply that much meaning. Oh shit. All right, Mix Mothman is gonna... I'm being made to pet the boy and do push-ups. I'll be back in a second.
That's a good idea.
Whoop.
People can make you do push-ups? Is this just a thing?
All right, I'll count the push-ups off screen so people know I'm doing them. They're good.
All right.
I'll put my feet up on the bench so it's an incline push-up. I'll make it harder. 1,
Wow.
2,
That's awesome.
3, 4, 5.
Aw, the
right.
boy is staring
Oh,
at
we've
you
done
doing
it.
push-up.
There we go. They are YouTube thumbnails, but I edit those quite a bit instead of just posting the drawing. If you ever want the drawings, if you ever like a particular drawing, join the Discord because I post full resolution images in there. Now, it's worth noting, once we are big enough to have a Patreon, which I think we're not that far off of, unfortunately, for everybody out there, for this next part. Patreons are great. I just mean for this part. Until we have a Patreon, I'm posting full resolution images in the Discord for free for everybody. Once we have a Patreon, I'm going to have a patrons only room in the Discord, and that will have all of the full resolution images, and I'll have low resolution images for free in the portfolio room. But currently, all of the artwork will be available full resolution in the portfolio room of the Discord.
Awesome sauce. Okay, everyone. Are you ready to go back to back?
We're ready. Okay. Whew. Stretch. 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 Wait. I need a new beverage. I finished my latte. I'll be right back.
You were latte? That's a great stretch. I just saw it now. I have lag.
Oh, the boy drank his water. He needs it. No, wait, he needs water. We're good. I do still have a protein shake, but that's not that hydrating, so when I get thirsty and want to sip of something, it's not the best thing to drink, unfortunately.
I think too we were going to talk that if we're big enough and have a Patreon, I'm going to also put on a whole bunch of corkboard corner videos and people can see the madness.
All right. Yeah, this is the last chance, by the way, to guess what the drawing for part 2 will be, because it's going to be obvious pretty quick. I see someone in chat wanting to guess right now. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the Drock Show. We are here for part 7 of Mom Piece. We're going to be talking about part 2 of Alabasta, getting through it, getting through all the rest of Alabasta, all the beautiful things, starting from chapter 179, where Luffy is no longer being stabbed. Ooh,
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Drock Show. The moment that we were forced to do all at once because I couldn't leave at the part where Luffy had been stabbed.
A beautiful scene, beautiful art of Luffy being impaled.
Yeah, you're the worst. Okay. This section was my favorite ever so far.
This section? This is your favorite section of story?
Yeah, from 179 to... Where was I supposed to stop reading?
Because you can never look at your most recently read chapter, can you?
No.
Oh boy, it's like 218, I think. Wait, I can just look at this. I put it on the screen. No, wait, I didn't. I put it in the... I'll go check.
I wrote it down. It's here. It's 217. I was
217.
You're
supposed to stop at 217. Yeah. Wonder why you can't just look at your most recently read chapter on the app.
Let me just look at my most recently watched chapter. Let me just look here. Oh shit.
Uh-huh.
In my defense.
In your defense?
Luffy asked me to keep going.
Did he now? Terror, they do have SBS on the app, not for the most recent chapters, but for older chapters, they retroactively take the SBS that's released with a new volume and slap it in between each of the chapters. So Mama Drak is constantly getting out of story information like all of us love.
Yeah, I was massively alerted to all sorts of things. And it was interesting too, because I read into a lot of things, and I have a lot of Japanese students in my school. And so I asked them about the Rajun dragon, and I tried to get her to teach me how to say it. And as you can tell, I failed. And she kept putting her face in a certain way every time I said it that looked like, and normally I want to say, my Japanese students, whenever I'm pronouncing Japanese words, are like, oh, that's right, good job. And this time she just kept looking at me and shaking her head like,
she's like, girl, no, that ain't it.
That ain't it. Like, you're just not doing it. But then I asked her, because I said, I'm just wondering about this dragon.
You keep talking about the dragon.
I asked her enough times about the dragon that this last time she said to me, why are you so obsessed about this dragon?
4, 5.
So yeah, she confirmed what I'm
gonna have to increase the cooldown between uses of that real quick.
Yeah, you're gonna die. She confirmed to me that it is a common piece of folklore in Japan. It's well known that it's a combination of all these different animals, that we should all thank Chopper so very, very much for bringing the antlers in. And then I was like, so is it them combined? And she's like, yes, again, yes. So she thinks I'm a freak. I can't ask her about it anymore, but I am going to record her saying its name. I'm going to practice it like it matters.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I'm just going into 179, but it was really, really interesting for me because she just treated it like it was common information. And the reason that I asked her is I watched, I think it was, is it Suna Sakura who wrote, who has the YouTube channel of Zen Up Your Life. And when she did a piece on Japanese dragons, she then did another video about the Rajun and the Karen specifically. And I thought, Ryujin. Thank you, actually. That's very helpful. I'm here because I haven't said anything weird, so I'm watching chat right now. I can just actually look at them. Hi, chat!
Yeah, it does feel like there's not that much context needed right now. My boy,
no, I don't have to worry about them saying anything strange because I have not said anything strange. And so it was like in the Zen Up Your Life, it was just obvious. She was just like, yeah, this is just what it is. And then when I got to talk to this student of mine, she was like, yeah, obviously. And so it was interesting because I couldn't find it really. When I Googled it as a separate idea, I really couldn't find it. And I told her that, and she was just like, yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, she was just non-plausible about it. She
well,
said, yeah,
it just is the case. It doesn't matter if you can't find it.
Yeah, she's like, I don't care what you can find. It just is the case. Okay. We are running into our next areas of One Piece straight ahead with a bullet. And I didn't put a lot of stuff in 179, which is interesting. We had our crab flying across the sand, doing its crabby crab things. Sanji, as usual, is smoking up a storm. My God, that man smokes a lot more than I thought. Can we put that in as a character thing?
I've told you this before, a little bit about the 4Kids dub, the original dub where they accidentally acquired One Piece without realizing how adult it got. And in the 4Kids dub, they were like, what do we do with this guy fucking smoking all the time? And they gave him lollipops.
Ew.
So
God, I don't know how I feel about that.
Remember how early on he has a fight where he spits a cigarette in someone's face to burn them to get the upper hand?
Yeah.
That turned into a lollipop.
Wow. I don't know what a lollipop is going to do to someone's face. I'm going to sticky your face. Oh, okay. So
Oh, they also gave him a comically strong Brooklyn accent.
Yeah. I'm not going to
Yeah.
think about that.
A loof.
Okay. So the thing that immediately in 179 let me know that this whole arc was going to hit different is Toto is out in Yuna. He's sitting there in the desert. Water. It's filling the hole. Didn't I tell you, Luffy? This is a strong land. Oh,
Oh.
my heart. My heart. And it was that moment on that I understood, and it just became so clear with these 2 panels. Oda made it clear exactly what it was that Vivi was fighting for. And it made it really clear that the people are the kingdom. And I just thought this was a beautiful, beautiful little panel. Yuba is still alive. And then immediately right after, to foil just what a absolute donkey show crocodile face is, it goes, Yuba is still alive. Boom. Next panel, Yuba will die. That sandstorm will destroy it. Then the rebels will grow even more enraged. Their misguided compassion will rip this kingdom apart.
Yeah,
Come on!
If their leader's hometown dies, probably not going to make them happy.
Exactly. So, and then he's twisting his hand with his hook on it inside of Luffy and draining, and the water of Yuba is running down his arm. And that was amazing foreshadowing, because what a great, great thing he did there. Even I, in that moment when I was watching him and the water went down his arm and Luffy grabbed it, I was like, huh, it's interesting. And then Luffy said the same thing, but Luffy had some pressing concerns, like the hook through the center of his chest.
Yeah.
Tucked into a hole. The desert swallows Luffy, and I'm like, I thought Luffy was in the rest of this comic. So then I'm like, well, the manga must do more. So calm yourself down. What's going to happen to him? I don't know. In this time, Tashigi does a lot more. So okay, I don't know how I feel about this. So let's have it out about this little thing that happened with Smoker and Tashigi.
Okay.
Okay, so Smoker decides that he's going out onto the boat. And Tashigi says, am I to go after the Straw Hat Gang, or do you want me to assist the Royal Army? And he goes, up to you. Decide for yourself what you want to do there. And so on one hand, I like that because it's what I was talking about earlier, that the position doesn't dictate your own moral code. But on the other hand, I felt like maybe he had changed enough to say, like, maybe let's not waste a lot of firepower at that. Let's change the firepower in the direction of our focus to something that actually matters.
I think it's a really, really interesting character moment. The way I read it is that it's similar to what you were talking about with the idea that justice is kind of it's a more personal thing, and it's the goal of the higher ranked Marines, and you get to a higher rank by your personal justice being something that can be trusted in a position of leadership. I read it in this moment as Smoker being like, I don't know what the right call is, or at the very least, what I think justice is in this moment I can't back. Like, I have not changed enough to say we should help the Straw Hats, but my personal code says we should. That's what the conflict feels like to me. So he's just got to tell Tashigi, this is your moment to show your style of justice. Do what you think is right, because I don't know if I can do what I think I need to do. I really, really like that. This to me tells you a lot about the politics of the One Piece world and the world government. And what it says to me is that this is a very ancient and traditional form of empire, is what the world government is. That's the politics, where there are all these groups who in theory bow to one force, but conflict within and between them just fucking happens. And the officers who are supposed to enforce the law of the empire, of the larger government, are really just doing their best to maintain a cohesion of the whole, and don't give that much of a shit directly what happens to one country if it's not from the enemy, which to the world government is pirates.
Well, I see it as a blow up at the Tokugawa period in Japan.
Interesting.
And so I did agree with you on that. The only thing I thought is that he left her without information. So all of that is absolutely true. And he does give her the opportunity to create her own opinion, and he doesn't try to sway her to have one, but he doesn't give her the little bit of information that he had. That Luffy was fighting Crocodile Face, that he's going after him, that the entire Straw Hat group is fighting for Vivi and helping Vivi to reclaim her nation back from both the rebels and Crocodile and unite them. And B, that Luffy ordered him to be Smoker to be saved. So there's two little pieces of information that I think that if you want people to make a educated decision, that the least that you could do is give them a tiny bit of backstory.
I kind of read that as Smoker saying, I don't think in this moment my judgment can be compromised or can be trusted on this, and I don't want to flavor what you're going to do at all. If Straw Hat's gonna get your help, he can't get mine. I'm not willing to give it to him, but if he's gonna get your help, he has to earn it from you.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with him or with you on that. So I was of two minds of this, which I think made me like the moment more, because it's another one of those Oda moments where when you create a foundation, it can go in multiple directions, and that's what this moment is. He allows it to go in multiple directions by having this. So as we're talking about writing, it creates a broader range, and I enjoy that. But I kind of also like the debate on that. And he also says in the next panel, whenever events like these occur, history is about to be made. Fantastic. So we know what we're going to see. And then immediately she says, we're going to go after the Straw Hats. So the entire chapter of 170 does a great job of setting up where everyone is, where they're going to, and how the battle will take place. And then we go into a lot of individual fights between different Straw Hats and different pairings.
Mhm.
Like my not so favorite, the mole chick. Although I gotta admit,
Yeah,
kind of a cool devil fruit.
turning into a mole.
No, that part is kind of icky. But the idea of being creating great tunnels underneath and moving around incognito by that, like that's kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really like that part. And so we go into these individual battles, and then we see where the king is, and he's been captured, obviously, by people who are able to take him underground. That makes sense. And then we have this. You are also this country. You must not destroy each other. Those who lament war, those who fight, those who incite war, those knowing that the truth and wanting to stop it. Their hopes are about to collide. Well set up. He's a master. The more I get into this story, the more I just can't believe what a master this man is.
I feel like he starts to hit his stride in such a powerful way around this point, where it feels like Oda knows how to hit the beats he wants to hit so well.
Yeah, I would agree. And then Luffy pops out of the desert, just his head. And what's the first thing he screams? Meat! So Luffy. And the needing to refuel himself, it makes sense. So if I'm thinking about him as a dragon person, and I might not, it depends on where we go with that later on.
Yeah.
You would burn hot, right? And you would come out and you would burn off all your calories really quickly. I like that also when he comes out, he's flashbacking to all the things that happened with Crocodile Face. I outclass you as a pirate. Yuba will die. And Luffy feels his failure, and instead of allowing it to sink him in the sand, he keeps trying to come out. And then we gather our first harvest. And whether she knows it or not, when Missile Sunday sends her arms down to lift Luffy out of the sand, she's already made her decision. She knows what side she's on, and it's not Crocodile Face's. But she leans down and looks at him and says, "Why do you fight?" Because she needs to have that moment. And as one of those whose name is D, and Luffy says D, so now we know Luffy has never bothered to think about what his middle initial is for. Like 100,000,000%.
Oh yeah,
which
no,
is a bit
it
strange.
is nothing to him. It is just his name and nothing else.
Yeah. No, that's just the middle of my name. The center of my name is Monkey D. Luffy. The D is the word. Just who are you people? I guess it's a waste of time to ask. And then he gives him back his hat and lets him be the icon he is and walks out of the desert. So she may not think that she's picked sides, but she's picked sides in this moment. And I'm here for it. Now, I noticed something. The back of her jacket in this one thing seems to be different crescent moons altogether. And I only just noticed that now, so I haven't had enough time to process that. Okay. We'll have to look at that later. All right. We'll have to look at you later and let that soak in. And then my great tweet eater, the tweet devil fruit eater, comes down and rescues Luffy on his falcon. And Luffy screams meat. And then in the next page, what happens, Drock? Yay! Gold star for me! Ding, 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 ding.
What was this one again?
Ding. Well, do you remember when Mr. 8 died and I said no?
Yeah, you said he was not dead. That is true. You did make a prediction that Mr. 8 was not dead, and lo and behold, he arrives with like the tiniest band-aid on his face after exploding.
Yeah, because he didn't. I knew right away. As soon as I saw those fake things that could float around in the water, I was like 100% that dude ain't dead. And that is a gold star moment all the way through and through. I mean, is it purple? Is it platinum?
That's just a gold star. You don't get a special star look, this is One Piece. You don't get a special star for saying someone outside of a backstory who died isn't dead. That's nothing. That's a nothing prediction. That's water.
Fair. I'll press it, but it's fair. Yeah, no. I knew immediately he wasn't dead. I get a gold star. Yay for me. I'm gonna put that on my forehead.
Yeah.
And then we come out. The storms rage. Do your worst, you blasted sandstorm, says Toto. And then again, he goes into these fantastic maps. I cannot get enough of maps. I used to pull them out of all the National Geographics and stick them up on my wall. I love me a map. So watching all the locations of the fighting taking force, the rebel force coming up one way, the current location of the Straw Hats, etc., that was fantastic. And what wasn't fantastic? The creepiness of the crab. That was less fantastic. But it is what it is.
Sometimes
and I've already talked about that.
Animals are weird perverts.
I love it when that you use that as an excuse. Oh, just looked at the picture. I love that. Killing it. Okay. Then a fish comes up to attack them. And why was I so happy about that? Because the fish dies and they get to ride it. And the Kung Fu, is it Dugongs?
The Kung Fu Dugongs.
The Kung Fu Dugongs come out, and Dugongs are the cutest cute and cuteness. So now we get to be surrounded by the cute. And they drag him across the water, and I was really hoping we were going to see them again. And as soon as I saw the river crossing, I was like, how are they going to bring my little Dugongs back? Dugong, high five! Dugong power, activate. And then they ride a dead fish. And I should feel about the riding of the dead fish that it's not great. It's unconscious. It has a lump on its head. It'll come back. It's fine. That's how I'm going to see it. So they get across the river, and what's waiting for them? Kairu and the Supersonic Duck Squadron. And in one of the SBSs, he names them all. Somebody who was another manga creator, asked him to tell him the names of all the different ducks, and he does, and it was great. Do you also want a supersonic duck? Yes.
Let me think. Is it supersonic duck or nothing, or could I pick a different One Piece animal? Because that changes things, you know?
It's only animals up to this point, though.
Animals, oh, okay. Only animals up to this point. Supersonic duck. Bunchy the turtle is pretty cute.
Bunchy the turtle is very cute. But supersonic duck.
Oh, this is tough. Can I have a dash into bazooka?
I don't know. What would the chat get? Supersonic duck, or is there another animal that's on your mind? Only up till now.
Can a mod make a vote? Supersonic duck, dash into bazooka, or Bunchy the turtle?
Why are you using the bazooka?
Cause it's a bazooka dog. It's great, and I
No,
know how to take.
it
I know
should
how to
be
take care of a
Laboon.
dog, and I don't know how to take care of a magic turtle or duck.
Dude, don't you think it should be like a Laboon supersonic duck or
No
Bunchy
one
the
can
turtle?
have Laboon. Laboon is the size of a small town.
Hey, I would argue that Crocus has a Laboon.
Crocus does not have a Laboon. Crocus lives inside Laboon. That's not having a pet anymore.
Same. You just live in your pet.
No, okay, chat is screaming, I want Laboon. We're having a poll. Oh, they added Laboon. God damn it. Mods.
Yeah!
Okay, that's funny. That's
Go
funny.
Jack, go! Go Jack, go!
That's very
Laboon
funny.
has Crocus, they say.
Laboon is exploding with votes.
I love chat.
Yeah, chat's your ally in this.
I would still have the supersonic duck, even though Laboon is my great good bud, because I couldn't live in a Laboon. It wouldn't be my show, but I love a Laboon.
I will let you know, I did pick duck. I think I would like a supersonic duck.
Yeah, you picked duck?
Look, Bazooka Dog was up there because I was like, well, I know how to take care of a dog. I don't know how to take care of a supersonic duck. But then I realized it's a dog that if it ever sneezes, shoots a exploding baseball, and I'm not ready for that kind of life.
That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Really changes the way you go through life.
Yeah, if you have something that could shoot an exploding baseball at any point without warning.
Yeah. So we're going through all the different fights. We see where everyone is.
Let's talk about the fights in Alabasta when we show up.
We're not quite there, but the ducks come up and they don't know who's who, and they did a really good job using the ducks as a decoy so that they could. Oh, that's interesting because usually decoys are used on ducks, but these ducks were the decoy. Good for you. So they separate and allow Vivi to go where she needs to, and that was really, really well done. I like the way they use the partnerships in this one in the different fights that we have one-on-one with different Straw Hat characters. I think that was a great decision. And it allowed us to see some of the greatest fighting strengths, but it also allowed us to find out some information about how the Straw Hats in general are changing.
I also really like that it's not just 1v1s and it's not people getting matched up with their ideal fighter either. Like, Usopp is matched up against Mr. 2 at first, which is not a fight he's ready for at all. That's the second strongest fighter they have against
No, that's
Usopp.
a ridiculous fight. Yeah, no.
And then Usopp's final fight he has isn't a 1v1, it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah. And somebody mentioned, and I saw this because I haven't said anything crazy, so I looked. Yeah, you could tell by which one was Karoo, but I don't think they knew who Karoo was, so I think it was okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then Mr. Crocodile Face, Vivi and Koza must not meet. And that's his whole focus. Meanwhile, Vivi's focus is getting to Koza this entire time. Koza, please hear me out. And she's screaming, and he goes right by her while she's standing in the middle of the desert, and the camels and the horses whoosh by her, and she's in the middle of all the sand being shot up, and she's screaming, and he hears nothing and runs right by her. Hey, was someone standing over there? Just don't be ridiculous. Never mind those dogs who are shooting at us. And goes right by her. He built really good tension. So it could have been really anticlimactic to have just the need of this one big fight, but instead we have all the fights between the different Straw Hats. And then there's really good tension building with missing and close misses and movement. And so by the time we get into this big fight, you're just itching for it. Like, you can't wait to see what's going to occur. And I love that tension building. He did a really good job of that. And even though things were chaotic, like there's Karoo lays himself on top of Vivi and protects her while the horses are going by. I actually cried. I had a cry. Oh, can't even think about the moment right now. I had a cry moment when I thought that Karoo was dead. When Karoo was on top of her and then she pushes off and says, Karoo, you saved me. And I was like, no, Karoo.
Luckily, Karoo survives.
Thank God. I don't know if I'd been able to go on because he's laying there and in it, his tongue is lolled out and his wings are spread all out over the ground. You shield me. Ugh. And I was like, no. And then she gets rescued by Usopp. What an interesting pairing to put Vivi and Usopp together. And then Usopp's talking to Sanji. Vivi's bad. He clobbered us in about 2 seconds. So definitely not a battle that Usopp ever should have been having.
Now, Mr. 2 was not a fitting opponent for Usopp, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, Usopp was not ready for that kind of heat. Usopp was thinking like, ugh, I'm talking about this on the way. I'm going to, because I hate doing it at the end. Hachi's walk on the sea floor. I enjoyed watching Hachi move across. And Hachi was another one of those moments when we were taking somebody.
Mods can, I think talking about it all in one lump kind of just works better flow-wise for editing. So can I ask one of the mods?
Does it?
Yeah, can I ask one of the mods to find, or anyone in chat to find me the compilations people have made of a cover story? That way I can send it to you and you can really easily, instead of needing to go flip, you can just look at it at the end.
It's just so hard to find all the pieces afterwards.
Yeah. So I think it'll be easier for you to talk about if we have that. So if someone can find me or find Mama Drock the compilations of cover stories. I guess specifically that ones that you don't look ahead would be better, but oh, have you finished Hachi's actually where you are?
Yeah.
Okay, you finished Hachi's, then yeah, we should.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is where we find out that they didn't just wrap bandanas around their arm, that underneath is an X. So if anyone is, have them remove their bandage and show the symbol underneath, and you'll know if they're an imposter. A double bluff. Very clever for the likes of you. They're such brothers. Zoro and Sanji are such brothers.
They have a very brotherly relationship.
They so do. I really love the idea of the X on their arm as a unifier. It also means that they're friends for life. Like it becomes a symbol of their friendship over time. And I just thought that was absolutely beautiful. Watching Mr. 2's fights were incredible. What a great character. He's so full of ridiculousness. It is like watching a mad fever dream come to life and fight you.
And that's one of the things I sent you animation of this week was Mr. 2 and Sanji's climactic finish. I love their fighting styles against each other is so appealing visually.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's another moment. They shot Kairu and he falls on the ground and you're just like, and my heart is broken and Vivi's screaming, and then out of the dust, who comes? Sanji. Because he comes in clutch.
Sanji is here to save the day every chance he gets.
It's unbelievable how many times that they put Sanji in at these levels where like you're like, who's going to come in? Who can save them? It's Sanji. The rebel horde can still be stopped, right, Vivi? Well done, squadron leader Kairu. You're a real man.
Aww.
And then he goes, you two are dismissed. I'll deal with the swan. That battle was unbelievable. And I was really grateful that you sent me the anime for that one because it was cool. And you sent me that one in Japanese too. And it was really cool to get to hear the way that the sounds were supposed to be.
So I've been sending mostly the English dub because I don't know, I feel like it's easy to be consistent, and I think it's easier to focus on visuals if you don't have to look at subtitles. And because you already know the story, I'm sending you these mostly for the visuals. But I love both voice casts. I think the Funimation voice cast is stellar, but the One Piece anime in Japan does have one of the best casts pretty well ever from what I've seen. They are incredible. They do such a good job.
I can't believe how many people are here, some very, very late at night still watching. You guys are champs.
Goodness, yeah, we have so many people who watch from Europe who stayed for a long time so far.
Absolute freaking champs.
Look,
I like that they decide. Sorry, go ahead.
People are pointing out, they're saying that they think the dub is good, but it doesn't compare to the Japanese. I want to point out, I think that was maybe an argument until a certain character showed up, because Ian Sinclair is one of the greatest voice acting talents. The fucking fight me. I genuinely think he elevates any cast he's part of, and Ian Sinclair joining the Funimation dub has upgraded it to another goddamn level. Like, him alone being part of it has upgraded this, the Funimation dub to the level of the Japanese for me. He's that good. He's
okay.
phenomenal. I will show you his clips when we get to him. You're gonna agree that his voice acting's amazing. He's just so good.
Okay, I'm super excited about that. I love a good voice actor. I'm here for a good voice actor. I love how well they're fighting too. This is another one of those building moments that we're still putting seeds in the ground. A cook, I'm a top flight swan, but cook shouldn't mess with criminals. Oh, I'm a criminal too, and a pirate, and a cook. So we're two peas in a pod. That's right. Now stop trying to wreck this country. So they're having this fantastic banter back and forth. So they're kind of still building a friendship even in a fight, which ends up being an amazing thing because their fight ends up being one of those things where even though Mr. Two loses the fight eventually after like epic moment after epic moment where you're like, damn, Oda, way to take it to the fence. There's this incredible respect between the two when the fight is done. That they have so much respect for how they fought and who they are and the honor that they had. And so more friendship is built.
Can I also say that something I think is important here is that Sanji having respect for Mr. Two feels important to me because he's one of the ones who starts out being kind of freaked out by what a weirdo this guy is. And I think it makes sense because Sanji is seems to have the most traditional views of gender relationships of any of the Straw Hats. Like he's
definitely cishet.
Yeah, and he's the closest to being like to kind of being heteronormative, thinking of the world as it should be the way I think of it. And I don't think he quite goes that far because his personal ethics are just for him. But the fact that he wouldn't hit a woman even who attacks him kind of says that he cares more about gender roles than most people. So him gaining respect for a bad guy who hurt his friends, who is incredibly queer and gender non-conforming, I think is kind of good for his character to come across as less close-minded, and I really liked it.
Yeah, and it's also good for One Piece because Oda is making a statement at a time that not as many people were making, and he's demanding acceptance and not tolerance. Something I hate is when we use the word tolerance, like, oh, you have to have more tolerance. No, I don't want to be tolerated. I want to be liked or accepted. And he is demanding a certain level of acceptance with their friendship. Mm-hmm. He's taking clearly the most heterosexual man, and he is making him have respect for somebody who is both male and female aspects. So that's a really cool moment.
Mm-hmm. Also, this is the quickest detour. When we were talking about dubs, I saw a lot of people being like, I guess I wouldn't know because I only ever watch subs. Sub supremacy, fuck it, it's over, we're done. You can like whatever you like, it's fine. But if you only experience subs, the problem is you haven't seen the English dub of Konosuba, and you are missing out in your life if you haven't seen the English sub of Konosuba.
Wait, I don't know things. What's a sub?
It's sub is subtitled. It's the shorthand for the original Japanese. And if you don't watch,
I wouldn't know. I only read the original manga.
Yeah. Genuinely? No, Albani, you're wrong. Aqua's voice actress in Konosuba dub, incredible. It's a whole other level. All right, we're going to move on.
Okay, so you know what my very favorite fight is, interestingly, which I did not expect.
Okay, I'm curious.
I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I'm really upset about it.
Uh-huh.
I think you know what it is.
What is it?
Usopp's
fight is your favorite, huh?
With Chopper.
Usopp and Chopper versus Mr. Four and Miss Merry Christmas. Let's go.
I can't believe I have to say that out loud.
Yeah?
Okay, no, I'm not going to do that. Usopp's fight was glorious. Their fight was amazing. Yeah. Because in Usopp's fight, do you remember when I told you that everyone would be like, Usopp is our god? And I keep saying it over and over again. He feels the most human. He has the most mistakes. There's the most difficulty. And because of that, between the two of them, Chopper and Usopp really had to use their brains to fight this out. It couldn't just be about brawn because they didn't have enough to go against people who were number 4 and who are Merry Christmas. Like, you don't have that level of fight. Everybody knows it. You got your ass handed to you so fast by Mr. Two there's no words for it. It was like you showed up, he was like clobber, and you were like, good point. I guess I'll walk away now.
Which is fair because Mr. 2 is on Sanji's level, and you don't imagine a fight between Sanji and Usopp being a long
100%.
one.
It makes sense. But you only move down 2 levels to number 4. And number 4 has Miss Merry Christmas. And somehow they managed to win.
Miss Merry Christmas too is like they're such a good pair. Like their team up is really good. They have so many combo moves. They work together really well. All of the times that Miss Merry Christmas like pins someone down so that Mr. 4 can hit them, because Mr. 4, simple man, both in terms of kind of dumb, and all he does is hit you with a big bat or throw exploding baseballs at you.
Yeah, 100%. So, but the 2 of them are an amazing pair, and they can sneak up onto you and come out behind you, and they have explosions, and then all of a sudden you look up, and what's that? It's not a good dog.
This isn't a good boy?
That's a bad boy.
You don't think Lasso's a good boy?
That's a bad boy. That should have been Lasso. Ooh. Mr. 4's favorite gun has a slight cold. Okay, when we go into a little bit of corkboard, because we won't corkboard forever, we don't have a ton of time. Yeah. But when we go into some corkboard, let's just have a little. Make sure that I come back to Lasso and the devil fruit.
Yeah, you wanna talk a bit about how a gun eat a fruit?
Yeah, I really do want to talk a little bit about how guns are eating fruit now.
Hey Google, how gun eat fruit?
How gun eat fruit? So the other cool thing about the fight between Chopper, Usopp, and the pair is Chopper and Usopp do a lot of working together, which we don't see this much talking and strategizing with the other Straw Hats, which makes this even more human. They're revealing their strategy. They're pulling apart the other opponent's offense. They're decoding it and trying to figure out what's going on. And through all of this work, we get to see firsthand how they end up winning. So they don't just end up winning and having a great strike. We get to see all the strategy come to life. And I think it makes the fight so much more enjoyable because there isn't a moment in this fight where I didn't know what was going on. Whereas sometimes when I'm looking at some of the other pieces, when we're having fights, I'm like, what the frickin' shit's happening here? And I'm blowing up different areas of it to try and look into panels and see what's going on where. But in this one, I really felt like step by step by step that I was involved. And then I could understand what people were saying about Usopp then, that he was their god, because it felt like if you're involved in his planning and you're involved in the thinking, then you feel like you're part of the fight a lot more than you do when you're watching the others. So then the others kind of become like these heroes who take on fights, whereas Usopp, it feels like you're standing beside and also fighting.
I agree. I think it's also fun. I find like something Oda's very good about, and I mentioned this briefly before, is that there's a different type of arc to each of the Straw Hats fights. Luffy's tend to be how far is he willing to go, how much is he willing to endure is the main crux. Sanji tends to be how is he going to do this with his values and virtues, which you see here with him having to fight Mr. 2, and Mr. 2 can turn into a woman when he wants to, and that feels like breaking his oath to Sanji. And oh god, my brain froze there. Zoro tends to be, can he go hard enough to win? But Usopp does tend to be, how's he going to get himself out of this one? How's he going to use strategy to beat someone stronger than him? And we see it in Chew, and we see it here against Mr. 4 and Miss Merry Christmas, that Usopp needs to come up with a way to be smart enough to outdo someone much stronger.
Exactly. And so it's really cool because Usopp has to be smarter and use his mind, and then it gets revealed, like right away we find out that his hammer is just, the usual old carnival trick and stuff. But because Usopp has to be smarter and use his mind, I absolutely started to feel the way that other people were feeling about Usopp, where you're just like, this dude is out there with Chopper, and Chopper has a lot of powers and he's got things going on for him. He's not a lightweight, but they're out there having to survive. And rather than giving up, and we're talking about somebody who who every time he hears about scary things just runs the other way and is like, how fast can we get away from this? And then is like, okay, no, I want to be brave. I want to be brave. The saying that the people who are actually brave are the ones who are afraid and do it anyways. And a lot of the other crew aren't afraid. Usopp is. The other crew might have like some fears, but they don't have the fear the way that Usopp is. So Usopp is the epitome of brave. And I think you have to give credit where credit's due. When somebody feels this uncomfortable, but comes in packing and does the work, that's actually brave. Whereas the other ones, it often feels like they just enjoy the fight. And even when the fight is knocking them down or killing them, Luffy is smiling. Sanji is like, I'm going to kick your ass. Zoro is Zoroing. I mean, come on. Zoro is always Zoroing. Like, even Nami, who wants to run towards the fighting and needs more fighting strength. But Usopp is terrified. And yet, time and time again now, he's standing up and taking it straight ahead.
It really is an endearing character aspect that he's facing his fears and doing his best, especially this one. Something you pointed out, it was almost the drawing this week was Usopp being told to back down and admit that his captain's dream is stupid and that his captain, Luffy, could never be king of the pirates, and everybody wants that. What a childish, stupid dream. And that's what encourages Usopp to stick in, because you don't make fun of my captain's dream.
Oh, yeah. It was either going to be this moment here, and it was right up until I saw this moment here. It was Usopp. There comes a time when a man's got to fight. What? You're still? And that's when somebody makes fun of their friend's dream. And he's bleeding out of his eyes and his mouth and his shoulder, and he's absolutely just falling apart. And he just has the grit, and he stands up and says, that's the one thing I won't let you laugh at. Oh, Usopp. And then together, Usopp and Chopper are just like, badoom! And they fight until there's nothing left inside of them. So for me, their fight and their win was my chef kiss moment of this entire arc. I loved it.
On my first viewing, it was mine as well. Like, I love it so much. Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Absolutely. I love it so much. So I fully agree with you.
Yeah.
I think now Luffy's is my favorite, but I've just come to love Luffy more and more, and I think a lot of this is just bias of my favorite character, because I just love Luffy more and more the longer I'm a One Piece fan.
Yeah. I could see that. Luffy can't help but grow on you. How could he not?
It's what makes the series work so much is how much Luffy grows on you, because when you see someone be like, I'm not going to be your friend, break down and like do anything for him, you get it, because you're like, yeah, being around this kid, you can't not love him. I get why you're doing this.
Yeah. I just want to say on the Sanji fight with Mr. 2, when he finds Mr. 2's fault of touching his left cheek to take Nami's face off him so he's able to win. Mm-hmm. Awesome detail. I'm always here for the details like that. Those are like the reason that Luffy's fight later on is so fantastic, is those little detailed moments are just so fantastic, right? So you almost have a win, but then Sanji figures something out, and then sorry, you can't win now. And then
let's do Nami's fight next, I think, and end with Zoro's, because you know that I feel like is big dramatic shonen action fight.
Yeah, I would agree. That's how it's done. So the thing about Nami's fight that I adored is I didn't expect Usopp's Tinker to be so successful. So unfortunately for Nami, like she's fighting, like she's saying dumb things like, just give me a minute, and running away, which is really ridiculous. Like, no, Nami, that's not how death battles work.
This woman is an assassin, Nami.
She's going to do the killing of you when she can do the killing of you. And she's like, just wait a second, I'm not ready to attack you. That's what I say to people too, and I'm in the alley if they were trying to attack me. I'm not ready. Let me take out my weapon. But the thing that makes it so cool is she's like, this is going to work. And then Usopp's invention keeps doing kind of dumb things. But as she's in the fight, her capabilities are moving up so fast. She's learning at a ridiculous, rapid pace, figuring out why this isn't working and how this could come together. And Usopp, even though Usopp gets a massive assist on Nami's fight, let's be honest, which also helped to up the Usoppness
yeah, because he
level.
kind of gets credit for
Two fights.
Well, think about it. He indirectly or directly fought 4 Baroque Works agents.
Yeah, he did. Damn. Usopp. Oh, I'm gonna need to rethink some of my thinkings. Okay, so she's fighting the sexiest of the Baroque people.
I think if you're going on traditional attractiveness, there is a real argument between Miss Doublefinger and Mr. One as the sexiest.
Oh, I would agree, but when
his
his body turns all metally, I'm like, ugh.
I mean, her body turns spiky.
Okay, let me just say, there is a moment when her boobs turn into spikes and smash into either side of Nami's head that I was like, oh, ugh. It was just the weirdest looking picture. I almost picked it just to be a jerk.
Look, honestly, the way the YouTube algorithm works, I think boob spikes pinning a woman to a wall would do really well as a thumbnail.
Yeah, but Mr. One is traditionally a hot dude, but he just didn't do it for me.
Mr. One and Miss Doublefinger both to me they got real supermodel energy.
They actually really do. That's a very good point. But I love Nami's fight, and I love that she learns so quickly and changes things and takes something from a party trick to using all the elements of what makes this weapon so successful, and absolutely changes it to her advantage, and she ends up beating. Who can even believe? I can't believe I'm saying she ends up beating Miss Doublefinger. Like, it was ridiculous. Watching Nami fight her, I'm like,
one of the absolute strongest of the Baroque Works agents.
100%. She is an equal number 1, and here Nami of all people is fighting her with an Usopp weapon, which I didn't see going well. But I think that part of it was the unexpected nature. Like, why would Miss Doublefinger ever think that she had to truly worry about Nami, right? Like,
oh yeah, yes, this is the cruise navigator who very clearly is not a combatant.
Exactly. And so the fight took her by surprise. But when I thought that Nami had a spike put through her neck, chest, and forehead,
there's a panel where she looks dead.
Yeah, it was page 18 in 191. And I sat on that page without turning it for probably 40 seconds, just staring at it. Like, I don't think I can change this page. Like, I don't think I can look. I was just stuck. And then finally I was like, flip. And then Mirage. Oh. Nami, go with your bad self. Go with your bad self. Oh, what a great thing. And now, like, we know prediction, but not prediction. She is going to play with this Tinker toy until the ends of days and make it do her bidding. And obviously, Usopp is going to continue to be the Tinker that he is, and some great things are going to come out. So Usopp may use them, but also knowing that Nami will is making me that much more excited to see what the future looks like for fighting with these two.
Oh, I definitely agree.
I cannot wait. I'm bated breath excited about their fights now, because that's going to be fantastic. And I hope I get a lot more of Usopp fighting in the way that I get to see him being his greatest, goodest self, because it makes it understandable why there's so much Usopp love out in the world.
I mean, I feel like, I'll put up the counter, but I feel like everyone will agree with me that saying Usopp gets fights in the future is not a spoiler, because it's a battle manga. Everybody is going to get more fights. So I will say, I don't think you'll be disappointed with the quality of fights Usopp gets in the future. He has one of my all-time favorites.
What about Nami?
I don't think Nami has any of my personal favorites, but everybody fights, and I do like a lot of her fights.
Okay. So then we find out what it is that Mr. Crocodile is actually after. And you and I had a conversation earlier when we were just talking in the real world about how we really get an understanding of how big this world is, because when he's looking for the Pluton, he is one of the 7 warlords. And like I said before, I still would like to predict that we're meeting one of the weaker ones. And just like Baroque has different levels, there's different levels within side of the warlord. So I think he's one of the weaker ones, but to call him weak would be a great foul. But he feels
he's the strongest opponent we've had so far for sure.
Yeah, no, he's unbelievable. But in order for him to feel like he can go on and conquer the world, he feels like he needs this huge otherworldly weapon that was created in order to have enough power, because he doesn't feel like he could do that on his own.
Which immediately tells you the scope of what's to come, that this guy, the strongest thing we've met so far, that destroyed Luffy in 2 fights and took a 3rd to get brought down finally, he believes that without a fucking super weapon, he has no chance and needs this to win.
Exactly. And I think that tells us so much about the size of the world, some of the characters that are going to come up. So when you get to this point as a reader, you can say to yourself, like, holy damn, this is going to get bad. Because if this dude feels like he can't go on and fight against the rest of the world, then we're going to see some scary shit. Yeah. A super weapon passed in secret from generation to generation. The world government will never allow it. Well, that's kind of a weird thing to say, Cobra, because they couldn't really stop it, I think.
What do you mean? They're so competent and they stop everything bad.
That's been what I've noticed as well.
The world government is super good at stopping bad things from happening.
I don't know how I didn't notice earlier, by the way, that Zoro was wearing like a zebra striped cape. Does it show that in the anime?
God, I can't. I think his little sash cape thing is striped in the anime.
Cause come the heck on, he's swagging it out with his 3-sword style. And this was the part where I said, when we found out what number 1 was made out of, and that his whole body is a sword, this is the part that I said where I realized that the thing I had said earlier in my prediction, that I felt like they're all leveling at a very strange rate, and they're learning as we go in a way that you normally don't see with people. So it's as if their enlightenment and their knowledge is moving at a faster pace than one would normally get. That idea that after 10,000 hours you become an expert in something, but this is just like rapid. They change, they grow, they get better from fight to fight to fight, and from moment to moment. And I think that is shown here more than almost anywhere else, because he says, Zoro says, so your body is as hard as sword metal. If I want to cut you, I have to be able to cut steel. That's right. Slashing and hacking has no effect on me. That's too bad. I can't cut steel yet, so I can't defeat you. So what will you do? Well, I feel sorry for you, because I've been waiting to be driven into a corner like this so I could take myself up a notch. When I defeat you, that means I'm able to cut through steel.
It's not the best fight in Alabasta as far as the actual fight, but that line is the hardest line in this arc.
That is exceptional. And it also shows where we are with our crew now. Like, my straw hats are coming into battles, and every time they have a battle, they're not thinking to themselves, oh, I'm learning a little bit. You can feel the leveling taking place in it. I mean, it does have a thing about it being leveling, but you can actually see it and feel it, and it's present every fight, every moment. They grow, they change, they grow, they changed. And it's what enlightenment looks like when you can see it in real time. And I think that helps to go a long way for some of my predictions that I've made, but it makes it so fun to watch. Just absolutely an epic battle. And then he gets to go back in time and think about his teachings and what his sensei told him about when you can cut nothing, that's the real strength. and having him not understand it and go through this huge, ridiculous fight scene, and then say, watch this sheet of paper very carefully, Zoro. It's still in one piece. It's still in one piece. Well, I'm going to just take a little screenshot of that. I didn't notice that we were saying that.
It's worth noting, he probably said that in Japanese, and One Piece is in English.
Yeah, I don't
series.
care. I'm still coming back.
All
I push
right.
myself. And so then he says, listen, Zoro, there are swordsmen in this world who are able to not cut anything. These same swordsmen also have the ability to cut through steel with the same instrument. And then he doesn't understand it. He fights. He keeps trying to figure things out. And suddenly he has that epic freaking moment in his chapter called Mr. Bushido, which is perfect because you're living the honor in the Bushido way. And it couldn't be more of a perfect title for it, where suddenly...
Well, it's also just Vivi's name for him.
I know, but it's a great ability to have like a double entendre, because suddenly he's losing, and then he feels he's racked, he's close to death. An instant macellation brings death. He's under the rubble, but then all of a sudden, when the thing is falling, he knows exactly where the rocks aren't going to be. And Oda loves to draw him standing sideways. He does this with a lot of his people. He has Luffy moments, and I'm here for it. And he puts them in the foreground, and he has them covered in blood and dripping and standing forward. But with no one almost does it look as cool as when it's Zoro. When he's standing sideways, covered in blood with his 3 swords at his side. Zoro, you badass. I knew where the stones wouldn't fall. I didn't dodge. I just knew where they wouldn't fall. I know what's under that rock. And suddenly he can feel everything. The beat of the heartbeat of the rocks, the earth itself breathing. And then he said, this is the power to cut steel. And then hold on to your hat, Mr. One. You're about to get sliced.
About to have a bit of a rough time.
You know what? Mr. One really took it on the chin there. I'm not gonna lie. So when that fight was won, I like the way he did it too, where we go through the fights and then he puts a thing up that is like, this person now won. This person against this person now won. And I was like, I'm here for this.
I want to know what I love the winner is little insets he does.
Oh, so good. I want to know what chat's favorite fights are, because there's so many fights, and I've said mine.
Yeah, let's do a poll. I feel like Luffy has 3 fights, but let's just... Okay, let's do a poll.
No, but out of the big fights, and let's hold Luffy aside.
Yeah, let's not do Luffy. We'll do Usopp and Chopper's, Nami's, Sanji's, and Zoro's. Yeah,
that's fair.
Sorry for putting so much poll labor on you on the mods today, but there's a lot of questions we want answers to from the chat. Thank you guys so much for your hard work.
Beyond hard work.
Oh shit. I'm excited to see what people's thoughts are. I think my favorite is still Usopp's, but it's tough. Like, this is an arc where I really love all 3.
Already done. Oh, wow. Interesting.
Oh, you did it. Oh my god. How did I not notice that? Apparently Zoro won, yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. And I can see why. Like, don't get me wrong.
It's very cool.
It's so epic. For me, I think the reason that I enjoyed Usopp and Chopper so much is because I didn't come in with great Usopp love. I'm not a great Usopp fan. So I am now. I got to the part where I was like, yeah, I like him. He's fine. But this for me was, I'm an Usopp fan. Now I would call myself a fan.
I think that's fair. I think this is the moment where it feels like he really earns that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think this one's going to turn out great. I'm excited.
And then somebody said something, because I'm still in the chat because I was looking to see, and somebody says that they wanted to point out that it was just done with his childhood sword, and that's a really good point. That's just a huge thing to point out.
He only used the Wado Ichimonji for that move.
Yeah, and that's pretty incredible. It made it that much more awesome.
I love how you can track which sword Zoro's using. Like sometimes he does, if he does 3 sword, he always has the Wado Ichimonji in his mouth. but oftentimes with one sword style techniques, where he just wants as much power as possible in one strike, he's only using it or just using one of his other two. And it's fun to track what sword he's using at any given moment.
Yeah. He was so cool in this fight. He was just like, he was his coolest that he's ever been in this fight. You could see where fan love comes for Zoro after this fight. He was like,
for a while I started to question Zoro, and I was like, should I be as much a fan of him? Is being awesome enough of a character trait to love him this much?
Yeah.
And then after a while I went, no, you know what? When you're this awesome, it is actually.
Yeah, exactly.
I think when you're cool enough, that's enough.
He's always taking it out there, 10 out of 10. So then we have the Kick and Claw Force, and they were incredible. And having this elite team is incredible, but I really felt like I didn't get to see them enough. Like, they died so fast. Yeah, and it was great that they put themselves out there on the limb and took every last breath out of them. It was amazing, but I really felt like, I was like, I would have liked to have seen them before, just a little more, like I felt kind of sad. Like I didn't get enough of their time because they died too quickly.
Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, but it just seemed like a waste to have such an elite fighting team whose entire world is wrapped around the idea of being the king's secret fighting force, and then it's just like, oh yeah, dead. Again, it does help to show us how powerful this person is, but on the other hand, you're just like, oh.
So now, I think we should move into a very important battle, which is Water Luffy.
Yeah, we're just about to go there anyways, because Crocodile Face kills all the people and doesn't care about killing people at all. And then we see all the rebels coming in, blah, 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 and we get into Water Luffy's fight. I'm just trying to find out where we are in there, so I'll go down to Water Luffy. Water Luffy's fight, bringing back that moment. Pardon?
We're doing a poll right now, which is best arc of the Baroque Works saga, and it's at like 67% Alabasta.
Really?
Yeah, 21% Drum, 9% Little Garden. No one has voted Whiskey Peak or Reverse Mountain.
No, you would have to be crazy.
Look, we love Laboon, but, You know
what I think is really important in this fight, too? Like, yeah, the fight between Luffy and the Great Gross Crocodile Face is absolutely incredible. And him understanding and bringing the water in and him coming in on the back was, like, so good. But one of the things that was also incredible is that the king got to see Luffy do all of this, and the king, Cobra, got to see all of the respect and the honor that Luffy had and how he was fighting on behalf of his daughter because they were friends. And he was standing up. That's going to mean something in the future.
This fight does one of my favorite things in media, which is where there's a bad guy and there's something terrible going to happen, and just an unrelated person that someone knows nothing about shows up and is like, hey, don't worry, fam, it's all good. Like, from King, I've always loved thinking about this, about the fact that King Cobra's perspective is, all is lost, my country's greatest warriors are gone, Vivi is gone, and a godly, powerful entity made of the desert is here to destroy my country. And then a boy with a barrel drops out of the sky and goes, hey, don't worry, I'm gonna beat this guy up.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying.
I love it.
It's an absolutely incredible moment. And the king gets to see Luffy's great excellence. So no matter what is said about Luffy or what other people think, the king knows the truth. And so there's so many possibilities for that in the future. We also see earlier Luffy pass out. I know that he's absolutely injured, blah, 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 before he comes in, but it was really resonating the same type of thing as his brother, where he just randomly falls asleep hard.
And I'll say this: you have it spoiled that Garp is his grandfather. The reason Axe Hand Morgan was able to escape Garp was Garp randomly fell asleep.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. And that's it. So there's something in there with like a rebooting thing with the D's.
Interesting.
I love it when you say interesting. And I want to point out, I lied.
Look, interesting could mean, oh wow, you're onto something, or it could mean
I know.
what you said is
I
crazy.
know. It could be nothing. Okay. As soon as Miss Sunday was staring at this wall and she was pretending that all this was talking about is history, I thought, this is where I have absolute confirmation. Miss Sunday is changing teams. Sorry, Croc. Because there was no way in hell that would be the only thing that was protected down there. And then I was absolutely stunned that Crocodile believed Miss Sunday, Miss All Sunday, that's all that was on there. Did he think that the only kind of thing they would put down there is the history of the kingdom? No, that's ridiculous. So I was like, you know what? That's on you. You deserve to have that happen. The fight between Luffy and Crocodile Face was absolutely fantastic, but it was one of those things where you just kind of, there's not a lot to read into it except for this. I was thrilled to see that Luffy had not only grown in abilities and that he leveled up while we were here and is now able to win, but it was like you were talking about before, that people are able to use their power of thoughts to actually level themselves up and use things in a new way. So Crocodile Face is just saying, like, I've learned my powers, but Luffy is saying, well, it's more than just learning my powers, it's learning my enemy's weaknesses. That I can't come into battles anymore thinking that just my power is going to do it. I have to remember that I'm coming against a living, breathing human, or whatever they are, and I have to bring in their weaknesses as well. And I really enjoyed that as a growth curve for Luffy. And then Crocodile was like, you can't just win with this. And Luffy is like, blood can make sand harden too, right?
You don't have any water. What's happening? Well, you cut me the fuck up, fam, so...
Thanks for giving me a source of liquid. Well
Four
done,
Kids dub.
Luffy.
The Four Kids dub
Pardon?
changed it to sweat.
Ew. I don't know that that's better.
It's less violent?
Gross.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about the poison hook either for some reason, because I was just like, nah, dude, it's just time for you to die. Like, nah, bro.
So the way that I look at this scene that I really love, and this is a first reading observation, is while Crocodile's here like, I've mastered my devil fruit, I've mastered my power, Luffy basically shows up to say, you know what, you can flex on me for not knowing my devil fruit as well as you know yours, that's fine. But you haven't had the gumption to get good at fighting. When it comes to like dodging hits, taking hits, giving hits, I'm fucking better than you. I hit harder, I move faster. So the second I know how to move around your power, you are at a loss because you are so proud of your devil fruit ability that you don't know how to just fucking throw hands. And I just love how simple that is.
Because he never gets hit, ever.
Yep.
Because you punch him, but he's sand, so your fist goes through. So he doesn't care if he's hit. So you're exactly right. And it seems weird to me in some ways, though, that somebody who is so good at knowing what their devil fruit is wouldn't think about the foibles of their devil fruit and worry about what it is that they.
But I think he did. He was on a desert country and tried to get rid of all the water.
Yeah, 100%. But in this fight, you think that he would think to himself, like, I do have to get rid of that right away. And then the blood happens. But you think that he would also think to himself, I'm not always going to be in a position then to just sand away. And that he would actually care when he was leveling up his devil fruit and thinking about his devil fruit to also level up his fighting. So it's a huge oversight, and he deserves to get his ass kicked.
Someone's pointing out that there's also the anger thing, where Croc could have probably kept his distance and won the fight, but he chose to get close with Luffy.
Which has happened a few times, that Luffy kind of brings out, as much as Luffy is a remover of obstacles, he's also really amazing at getting under the skin of different people. You can think of so many people in this arc who are like, I'm going to go follow that Straw Hat. I must get him. And nonstop. Like, he really raises the anger in people and makes himself a target, which is, obvs. You have to do that if you're the key character. I like the little panel. I've impaled you. I've buried you alive. I've dried you up. But every time you come back, however, you won't come back for this. I've won. Soon the poison will take effect. I love the idea that he's just like, well, the poison's going to take effect. I'm going to continue to just fight through this crap.
Yeah, sucks that I'm poisoned. Anyways, I'm gonna keep pummeling the shit out of you. What? No,
It
but
is
you're
what
gonna
it
die.
is.
Yep, it is what it is. Still gonna beat the crap out of you, my guy. Someone pointed out something that I love that is really cool and symbolic is that Crocodile is beaten by this shadowy figure who's remained underground and dried up the country is defeated by being punched through the ceiling into the open air, and exactly as he does so, the rains return.
Yeah, that is a absolute epic choice to do that. I was thinking when I watched it, I was thinking how much I enjoyed that he was kicked into the opening, that he was kicked into public. But I love that idea that not only is he kicked out into public, that the rains start falling, and that does a bunch of things. Even if he was still alive, he's touchable and fightable if the rains are following on him, making him wet. And everything that he tried to ruin is immediately changed. And then all while that's happening, the backstory of them trying to get up and stop the tower gun going off so that it doesn't take out a 3-mile swath. Phenomenal. All the different fighting in there, except for when Vivi is up there and is given up on life and doesn't know how she's going to do it. And she's like, it's just not fair. I don't understand. Like, we've done everything that we possibly can, and now we're going to lose this fight. It just feels blah, blah, blah. And then her person comes back and she's like, oh, yay, you're going to take me out and everything is great. And then he's like, no, don't mind me. I'm just going to pick up the bomb and die. And devastate you in the process.
Hey, brief aside, did you notice that the plot of Alabasta kind of got exactly copied for the plot of The Dark Knight Rises?
Oh, I did not.
Criminal takes over a city, bomb needs to be flown away by a hero, villainous woman decides to help the hero in the end, and it's part of why they live and win.
You are not wrong.
Villain is thrown in a hole after being incredibly badly injured by the main antagonist. Main antagonist wears a big furry colored coat.
Gosh, you're not wrong. Not gonna lie. Okay, so was it Pell? Is that the name of the dude who flies in?
Pell is the falcon who flies away.
Yeah. Okay. And so later on in the piece, when the doctor in the desert is fixing someone up, and then you see the scarf, and you know that Pell is alive. I wasn't going to admit, but I must admit that I cried and put the manga down, walked away, and had a 3-minute cry about his death.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know why it impacted me so much, but it just did. I was just shocked by it.
Did you know that the fan base is largely upset that Pell survived because it cut that feeling and made it feel less worthwhile?
Yeah, I could actually see it. Because it was such a sacrifice that when it happened, it was really this moment where he was sacrificing everything for Vivi, and it felt a little bit cheapened to have him live. And yet I don't care. I was so glad to see him alive and not see him, but I was so glad to see his headscarf and have him be alive. I know it kind of cheapens it. But I don't know if you've heard this. Ugh. I was crushed to my soul, and they took the dagger out of my heart for a minute and were like, no, we'll wait till later to kill you. And I was like, thanks.
Thanks, One Piece.
Lord Ingram being the one who brings the little boy back who rats on Crocodile and Baroque. Obviously, I knew he was coming back, but to have him come back with Lord Ingram, kind of a cool moment. Good choice. Love that for us. I like the way that this was wrapped up too, because I talked to you how I really like those down moments when they clean things up and it isn't just something that's kind of done. Having them all brought out, having the king take Luffy out, getting Vivi to know that her father knows everything because he was there for Luffy fighting and saving, and then having them all just fall down in the alley they were, and the decision to just leave them and walk away. That was brilliantly done. and it felt fair. It felt right. It felt like justice. And speaking of justice, having the great moment with Smoke when Smoker tries to give credit where credit is due. And then Black Cage, is it Hina or Hina?
Hina.
Navy Captain. Hina. Black Cage, Hina is like, why are you bothering to do this? They're never going to let pirates take credit. And he's like, no, that's not what happened. And I want the honest truth and the real feeling to be there. And I thought that was really, really incredible.
It's really respectable of Smoker that he actually wants his failure to be acknowledged and doesn't want to be glorified for something he couldn't manage to do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, I take it back, but since when do you care about others, White Hunter? Is that heart of yours getting soft? Mind your own business. It made it feel like he actually cared about justice and that he put his money where his mouth is. And then where Tashigi was like, I forbid you to lay a finger on these pirates and just let them lay where they were to be brought inside and cared for by the kingdom. That's an awesome moment. Almost as awesome as watching my little kung fu dudes dance around and party or Toto sit in the desert with rain falling on his face. Like, it was just such a great ending. Panel after panel of exactly what you were hoping for. And it made it so beautiful.
Oda's very, very good at giving you exactly what you wanted and having it be just as cathartic as you hoped.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's just he gives you that moment where you fought and you earned this as a group. And it was beautiful. And every single time I turned it was a moment in reading this manga that every time I turned the page, I felt like I was being given another gift. I got to see Chopper in his element being complimented and acting like a weirdo by it. I got to see Luffy eating all the things. I got to see Zoro being Zoro and saying, I refuse to just sit on my laurels. I'm going to hang giant boulders off of my arms. I got to see every single person kind of living their best life. And him ending it with the idea that that Vivi would want to be making a choice about joining them made a lot of sense, because of course she would. Of course she would want to join them. Not only are they friends, but you know, there's something deeper now. They've been through these changes together. They've helped each other become better leaders, better people, better friends, better citizens. They're just helped each other become better. And so of course Vivi is going to be wanting to leave with them because they have brought out the best in each other. You want to be with people who make you a better you. But when she realizes she has to put those things into practice now and use what she's learned to become the best leader that she can and stay where she was rather than going, that was another cry moment.
Yeah.
Because you want her, in your heart of hearts, you want her to go. You do. But you know she can't, and if she did, that would be wrong.
She'd be doing the wrong thing, yeah.
Yeah, and it would be so uncomfortable. And so yeah, it was the right way to do it, even though it brought up all the tears and all the emotions. It was the right way to do it. Love that Monkey has got a higher limit on his head now, and we've got Zoro killing it, higher price on his head now too, because the original price on Crocodile's head prior to him becoming one of the 7 warlords was, I think I wrote it down somewhere, but I think it was somewhere around 90,000 berries or something. Or 90 million berries.
I cannot recall.
I think it was something in there. I know that Luffy's is higher now. I believe it was 90. Here we go. It is, oh well, call me what you want. His berries worth, I think it was 90 million. So Luffy beat him. Or 80 million. Thank you, humans. 81 million. You guys are freaking resourceful. Look at you.
Always amazing. I love how much chat can just fucking help us out and be like
730,000 o'clock in the morning, and they're all like 81. Thank you.
Just so you know, we have the exact right answer that you're looking for. Fucking fantastic. You guys rock.
It's right here. And I'm like, okay. So it's awesome that Luffy's is higher than his, because it feels like in this battle that Luffy got to surpass him by killing him, but then got to surpass him and prove it by getting a higher price on his head. And
But it
And
still feels
Vivi,
like it's got to be lower than it should be because they're not giving him credit for this actually. And also, Crocodile's bounty got frozen and he probably got stronger since then.
exactly. But you know what? You got to do what you got to do.
Yep.
You got to take what you take.
It makes it hard, and I like this, to exactly gauge where Luffy is in the world right now because the world government is not assessing him correctly, and we know that.
And that's where you want that to be.
Mm-hmm.
I adored having Mr. Two come back, having that friendship bond happen that I knew would happen.
Yep.
How can you not? That's also everything you want. You know what, Oda? We had some moments together, like when you put things through people. I like those. But you really came in through the other side.
Alabasta's ending could not feel as good as it does if he didn't put you through hell to get there. If every character didn't have to suffer through to make it to this ending.
Including getting to see Django and his friend there.
Yeah, like, they came to arrest the Straw Hats.
Yeah, having them there to arrest the Straw Hats. Like, I think they're going to flip sides eventually, prediction, but
all right.
In the meantime, I love having them there. And I love that they decided to take number 2 on and just be like, yep, nope, we're friends. And then he immediately helps them and proves his worth as a friend. So we're gonna come back to him sometime soon. He's gonna be part of our world 100%.
All right.
He's
add to the predictions. Mr. Two's coming back. He will be an ally.
He's an ally. And I really look forward to that. Okay.
Because you've loved crafting these theories and you've talked a lot about information, I have a bookmark I want to do. What were you about to say? And then I'll do this.
I first want to just talk about this picture that you drew. So for me, every time I see this picture, and this was one of those times that I was like, yeah, Oda and I are from the same generation. Because I adore, this is just like the end of The Breakfast Club, which is one of those Brat Pack movies that were super popular when I was a kid that everybody loved. Like, there wasn't anybody in my age group who wouldn't know this iconic moment of the lifted fist in the air. And so as soon as I saw this and then how he used it for all of them and they lifted their fist with their X's on, all I could hear is the Don't You Forget About Me soundtrack in the background while they stood there crying at each other with their fists in the air. And I was like, this felt like a nod. And I absolutely freaking was here for it. What a phenomenal ending to a phenomenal arc. If I was a One Piece fan before, after this arc, I feel a little bit like an addict.
It's special. Like I've said before to you that I feel like the genre One Piece is most, as much as it's a battle manga and an adventure story, so many things. More than anything, it's epic fantasy, where it's about a giant world and huge scope and scale and the impact that people can have on a gigantic living setting. And Alabasta is where that starts. This is the arc where we first feel, oh no, this is epic fantasy. That's the size and scope of it. That's what this is about. That's the thematic crux of what we're dealing with. And I love getting to have that. I love reaching this point where it feels big now. The story's huge.
And just before you leaving, it is in chapter 217. I looked it up, which I was allowed to read to. So it doesn't, it's a spoiler alert. It is in chapter 217 that Miss All Sunday / Robin comes out as a stowaway from beneath deck and is like, sorry, you saved my life. And that's common lore, both in life, in cultures, and in books, that if you save someone's life, you're responsible for helping them and helping them find their greatest happiness or saving them. So she does have a point about that. But you said that okay, tell me the words I used. And you know what?
Here's the problem. You never actually reframed it at all. I rewatched this today. So you think you don't get a purple mushroom here for predicting the next Straw Hat. Now, I looked at our previous video, and what I saw is I asked the question, scroll up to where I wrote it down. Oh boy. Where did I put it? I sent it to this person for sure. Okay. what kind of person will join the Straw Hats next is what I asked, and then you went, I've been thinking about that, and you never reframed it. You never said something like, I think who they'll choose next or anything like that. I asked, who?
Didn't I say I
what
think they'll
kind
get
of
they'll
you
pick
didn't.
a shipwright?
You said a shipwright is who will join next. To my question,
But did I say
what?
you pick a shipwright?
You didn't say that at all. You said, I think they need a shipwright. You never reframed it. And the question I asked was very specifically, what kind of person will join the Straw Hats next?
You cheeky bugger.
I don't even think we need a poll. I don't even think we need a poll if that
I'm going
counts.
to agree with you. I think, though, that the person that they're going to pick next is a shipwright.
All right.
She picked them, the dumb jerk, and ruined my entire life. But you know what? An omelet with 2 purple mushrooms does not an omelet make. An omelet with 3 purple mushrooms is much more delicious.
So now that we have 3, it's actually better for you.
Well, I can actually eat an omelet now. Up until now, I was just having mushroom in part of an omelet.
Of course.
But I think the next person they'll pick is a shipwright.
All right, we're locking it in. New prediction, the same one as last time, but again.
Frickin' Robin going and picking them. You're happy, Robin.
Now, because you love theories and you've talked a lot about the idea of secret information, I want to bring up, what's your thoughts on that poneglyph?
Oh, the poneglyph. As soon as we were done, and then Robin was like, oh, hell yeah, it's down there. Well, Robin has the damn information now, doesn't she? Yeah. And my brain was like, that's fantastic. Robin read it. She knows exactly where that biatch is. And now she's on a crew on a boat sailing around. And how far to the other side has Robin swayed? Is she actually a crew member? I don't know. Yeah.
She did certainly join the crew, which was my phrasing.
Yeah. She has definitely joined the crew, but I don't know how far her allegiance goes yet. So I'm a little nervous that Robin is walking around with that information, and I think they should be a lot more nervous. And I love how she pandered to each one of them exactly the way that they would want.
Yep.
Oh, can I do my buttons thing now?
Yeah, that should have been earlier, but you can absolutely do that.
Is this a good time to do my buttons
This
thing?
is a great time for buttons.
Okay, chat, count me in so I don't have to say my 1, 2, 3s.
All right, everybody, counter in. Come on, everybody. I don't know how we're supposed to count in as a group, but everybody as a group, try to counter in. Let's see if we can do this. This is the best. This looks amazing. Go for it.
Okay, everyone. If you're enjoying this content and you want to see more of it, why don't you press that subscribe button, then go over to the bell and press all so you can see it every time another great moment comes out and always be a part of it. Press that like so you can make it show up in other people's algorithms and they can join in our adventures too. Become part of the Mama Drock crew and become part of the Drock Show world. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. I love it. I'm
oh,
gonna
wait,
do a quick...
I forgot the most important part. Are you an alien? No, I refuse to give my alien friends that little of hope. Next time it's all alien all the time.
Next time it's all alien. I will try to remind you. I'm not going to remember. I want to do a quick plug before we move on to our closing segments, which is, hey, I do other streams. I'm streaming every Tuesday at 12:30, and I normally don't plug them because I know you guys are here for One Piece. It's fine. But this one's a fun concept I'm really excited for, and I think people will have fun with it. I think there's too many Pokemon. We got too many of them. We need to boil it down. We should get one perfect Pokemon, and then we don't need any more from now on. So I'm going to be taking suggestions from chat. I'm going to try to include as many chat suggestions as possible, and you guys are going to try to use me as a vessel to design the ultimate Pokemon on Tuesday at 12:30 Pacific. I think it's going to be an absolute blast. I'm planning on doing a bunch of these, like designing the ultimate One Piece character, designing the ultimate Digimon, the ultimate RPG adventurer. But on 12:30 this following Tuesday, we're going to design the ultimate Pokemon. I want to see people there, and I want to see what incredible critters we can make. We get a few tries. We're not just going to do one and done. but I think we got this. Now.
Okay, so my favorite
let's try to
people.
Well,
Or do we
want to
go
do a little bit of
corkboarding?
corkboard first? I think a little. Let's fit what corkboarding we can in here. What do we got? What do we got on the corner? You there? Hello? Oh shit, did she disconnect? She's still in chat. I think we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait and see. Uh-oh. We're gonna find out. I'm sending a message. All right, I'm gonna hang out with you guys. If anyone has any questions for the next little bit, I don't have someone to talk to. Hopefully she just went to go grab the physical corkboard and she'll be back in a second, and it's just a bit. How's everybody doing today? How are everybody having a good one? Y'all, I have not stopped thinking about the Blackbeard video. I'm excited as hell. I can't wait till we get far enough for it. It's gonna be great. Thrilled to rant about second best lad Marshall when we get there. So excited for it. Okay, some people having a slow day. The dog is not named after Bellamy. Oh, you back?
I'm here.
Did you go get your corkboard? People were theorizing that's what happened.
No, my power died, and so now I'm standing outside using my phone as a tether.
Oh my goodness, okay.
The internet literally went away.
Well, resourcefulness today.
All of a sudden I was like, what? Okay, let's do this quick while I stand outside, because I don't want it to die.
Yeah, okay. So, what do we have in the corkboard?
Okay, we're not doing a ton because it's double episode, and I like to go deep into the corkboard when we just have one and we can really soak into it.
Yeah, and honestly, not next week, but 2 weeks from now, we were planning on doing, like, with the tier list, kind of a recap episode, and the next arc is very small, so there will be a lot of time for corkboard.
A lot of corkboarding in that time, and I've put some stuff aside for that because I want to be able to use that.
Fair enough.
But there's a few things. So, why do we have a human fruit? I started to think about all the different types of different fruits we have and all the devil fruits that are coming out. And inanimate objects are now able to change into something, and why that's a thing. So then it started to make me ask the question of, where the living hell are all these devil fruits coming from? Who's producing the devil fruit? And why? What are they trying to do it for? What is the ultimate goal of producing these devil fruit?
And yeah, you don't really know any of that yet.
I'm gonna predict in a big way. I'll collect evidence for it now, but I want to predict as a large scoped thing that all the characters in all of One Piece are going to redefine what it means to be on the right side. Whether they are in Navy, government, pirates, other people, that Luffy is changing the world. And it's not just Luffy, it's going to be Luffy and the Straw Hats are changing a world in the way that it's actually going to change the way that people look at what the right side of something is.
All right, I like it.
And Luffy and his crew.
That's the best comment. I'm sorry. There's a chat comment that's too good not to say.
What is it?
Daedra Mercer says the devil fruits were invented by John Devilfruit when he tried to devil and fruit at the same time. That's just funny.
Absolutely incredible.
That's so fucking funny.
I'm gonna put that down as number one. That we are actually physically seeing the changes that are taking place in them. So they are definitely going through a bigger change. So now I think that they're in there. every single thing that happens to them is changing who they are and how the Straw Hats grow. So they're leveling up in front of our eyes at a rapid pace, which makes me think that they are all coming into powers.
Okay. The Straw Hats are all coming into powers and growing before our eyes.
Yep, that's what's taking place. Now, I can't even see anything now, you should know. I'm sitting outside staring at a fountain that used to have water spewing out of it, but now has no power. And then, oh, okay. Yeah, we'll touch on this one this time because I don't want to take people too long.
Okay.
So in the D in Luffy, you were
Yes.
talking to me. We kind of had this
We
this
came to a
moment
weird
that we worked
conclusion together when I was telling you about his laugh.
Yeah, so tell the laugh part again.
Yeah, so basically, we were talking about, you were talking about how, no, I mentioned a theory someone had where they were like, oh, if you're saying that the moon was shown every 4 panels, isn't that extra spooky? Because 4 sounds like death in Japanese, so it's a bad, scary number. And you checked, and it wasn't actually every 4. It was something you said offhand.
And I said, no, I just offhandedly said every 4.
Yeah, and then you were like, but yeah, it is spooky because it sounds like death, because it sounds like she. And I was like, oh, that's weird. Luffy's laugh is she over and over again. And then both of us kind of had the revelation of thinking, oh, a noteworthy thing about Luffy is that he laughed as he was about to be executed. And his laugh is saying a word that sounds like death over and over and over again.
And then they have different ways of using that word in Japanese that create phrases, because kids from all the countries love to teach swear words from their countries.
Yep.
And one of the ones that the Japanese kids taught me is shine, which means go die, basically. And so we started to think about Luffy's she and think maybe the D in Luffy, D Luffy, or monkey D Luffy.
This one's yours. I want to say at this point, fully you're
I went
bound.
in this direction. Yeah, that's true. That maybe the D stands for death.
Monkey Death Luffy. Sounds so edgy, but he does laugh death. Death is kind of his laugh, which is bonkers.
And I know that it would also seem to make sense when I'm asking the question of where the devil fruit come from, that it could be Monkey Devil Luffy, and devil could be the middle name for all of them, and their family could be responsible for creation of devil fruit or something like that. And that's in his spinny corkboard world, but there's some of both of those ideas brewing around in Corkboard Corner, the idea of it being either death or devil.
I do like it. I like it. I have to imagine someone's had this thought before, but I've never heard it vocalized that his laugh is just death over and over again, and that could mean something, and Monkey Death Luffy is possible. I like it. I don't know how much I believe in it, but I say, do you want to put that on the predictions? We can just have 2 things that the D could stand for in the predictions, because I don't care. I don't care if they conflict. Oh, we're going to put devil and death?
I'm going to have a bazillion. It's going to be dragon, death, devil right now.
All right. So we're now guaranteeing that if when we find out, you will no matter what get more mushrooms than stars, but hey, that's okay.
I don't give a crap. I love omelets. They're my fave. And it's not about being right, and it's not about predicting all the time with accuracy. It's about it's about deciphering and learning and wondering and actually digging into the work that Oda made and saying like, all right, Oda, let's try some things on. And so I think that as we get closer and closer and I get more evidence, I'll either add one and take some off, or I will pare down. But those are my 3 that I'm thinking so far for the D in Luffy.
All right. I like it.
So I cheated and I read ahead. So let's just say I can't say much, but when things fall down on your head and you find out which direction is next, you've got to be so excited.
Yeah, because that falls and immediately your thought is, oh, fuck, we ain't going horizontal no more.
Oh, I'm so stoked. I cannot wait. I cannot say it enough. I cannot wait. So, and am I allowed to read ahead now? Because aren't we pausing and doing,
you are allowed to read ahead, but it can't come in, and nothing you read in the next arc can come into our discussion for when we come back.
Ooh.
When we come back, we are going to do you can read ahead, but only the next little mini arc, so it's not going to be a lot. And I'm thinking if you're up for it, we're going to probably do another 4-hour, and the first bit will be tier lists and retrospectives, and the second bit will be the next arc, which is the mini arc of Jaya. I am a big fan of Jaya. I think to this day it's my favorite mini arc. I know there's some great mini arcs in One Piece, but this one's my favorite.
Okay. So what am I allowed to read up to?
I am currently bringing that up. You're allowed to read up to chapter 236. So this one is 19 chapters.
That's tiny. I could do some deep digging and lots of perseverating and corkboard land.
And someone pointed this out. I'm going to tell you, unfortunately, you're not going to get fun facts about the 4Kids dub anymore. The reason being, they only bought up to the episode of exactly where you read ahead to, meaning the very last thing that happened in the 4Kids dub was a giant boat fell out of the sky on top of the crew and then it ended forever, meaning in that timeline, a giant boat fell on the crew and killed them.
Oh.
So the 4Kids dub is over. You don't get any more fun facts about the 4Kids dub because it's done.
Well, that's weird.
It's funny though, isn't it?
I'm not going to miss the 4Kids stuff.
No, Jormanx, that is not a meme. Now, they never say the crew died, but I feel like if the last thing you see is a giant ship falling out of the sky right in front of them, and you never see them again, kind of has implications on what happened.
Okay.
I feel like...
So I'm allowed to read 244.
Now, before we go, we're going to go a tiny bit over the time we wanted to do.
244?
Let me check. Let me double... I closed it. What chapter did I say?
Are you there?
Why'd I close it? I'm here.
All right, now I gotta go back in.
No, you're here. Everything's good.
Oh, okay, good.
236.
Okay.
So, let's do our closing segments for the day. We've done Corkboard Corner, so let's round it out. Who are the MVPs in part 2 of Alabasta?
Here we go. Number 5.
You're going 5 up, not 1 down, huh?
Yeah, normally I go the other way, but I really got to do it this way this time. Okay.
Okay.
Number 5 is going to be Sanji.
All right.
Nope. Nami.
Nami at number 5, defeating Miss Doublefinger, gets her the point.
You still there?
I'm there. I'm here.
Okay. And then number 4 is going to be Sanji.
Okay.
And then number 3. Number 3 is... Okay, that's really hard. No, this time I'm going to make number 3 be Robin.
Nico Robin, who has a name now, is our number 3.
She's the number 3 person. And this is really hard. This is the hardest this has ever been.
Damn.
Number 2 is Luffy, and I feel bad about number 2 being Luffy because he should be a number 1 in lots of ways, but for me, he's number 2.
Okay, he did a lot this arc, but yeah, I get it. It's a tough one.
Beyond a lot, and then tied for first place.
Damn.
No, not even tied. No.
What?
It's Usopp. It's Usopp.
Who was gonna be up there?
My great good little buddy Chopper, because they
I
fought
get why
together.
you wanted to put them
reason...
together, but yeah, Usopp gets points outside the fight. It's not just the fight.
No, exactly. Usopp has points in that fight and in 3 others. So the reason that I chose Usopp as number 1 is because he was involved in so many fights. He was integral to so many different things. Like you can't not notice what he was involved in. You just can't. So
I think that's fair. I think it's fair.
It's Usopp all day, every day, number 1 in this arc for me.
And now I did your favorite devil fruit change with the introduction of the devil fruits we got in the second part, like the blade fruit, the spike fruit, jackal, I guess is another one we learned about here.
Yeah, Jackal was weird. Liked
Mole,
it,
Dachshunds, did any of those change your top 5 ranking? Blades, Spikes, Dachshunds, Jackals, and
no, the Dachshund
Mole.
made me uncomfortable, and I wanted to be like, what the what?
Okay.
I'm not
You
happy.
don't
about
want the power to
inanimate-
turn into a Dachshund.
No, I don't want anything that isn't an actual living, breathing thing that can chew on something to be eating devil fruit.
But that's not a trait of the Dachshund fruit. That's a trait of someone gave this bazooka a fruit.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable with it, and it's not making my list. You know what, Dawson? I can't believe I'm saying to this, but you've been a naughty boy. Go sit in the corner.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lasso has to go sit in the corner. He's been a bad boy.
Yep, nope. That's just how I feel about that. I am going to... I'm not moving anything. Same 5.
I think that's fair. I don't think any of these devil fruits are contenders for a top 5 unless you really, really like Blades or Spikes, I guess.
Yeah, no. They can just stay where they are. I'm happy.
Who would rather turn into a jackal than a falcon?
I'm just going to say that if the bazooka dog was my dog, we'd work together and I'd help him become a better boy, but he's bad boy.
Wow.
Hey,
All right.
I love this picture that you made. This picture here in particular makes me want to get all teary again.
Aw. Well, thank you. And that's got to be the goal if you're drawing this scene. This is the beautiful emotional gut wrencher of Luffy being told by Nami that they're gonna hurt Vivi if they connect her to pirates.
Hey, somebody here said Bon Clay was robbed so bad, and I don't disagree. He's an honorable mention, 100,000%.
He's
but
a
don't
tight
you
number
worry.
6.
He is a beyond tight number 6. But I think we're gonna see Bon Clay in the future, and he's gonna give us something to put him up higher on that damn list.
All right. Can we add that to predictions? That next time we see
you bet.
Bon-chan will be higher.
I have a feeling he's going to get up on that list high because he is learning to be an iconic dude.
All right. Add to the predictions. Next time we see Bon Clay, he will be higher on the favorites list for the arc he's in.
Yeah.
I have loved doing this one. I just feel like there's something we're missing to close it out, but I can't think of it.
You know what? The only thing to say is this has been absolutely incredible. I can't believe the time it is in some of the places that you all are coming from. We have 293 people in here being part of a community. Like I just got to tell you, thank you very much, everyone.
If I push and do some extra streams, today alone could drag our average up high enough that partner is possible in the near future. That's insane. You guys are incredible. This has been so much fun. I'm so looking forward to more of this. If you like Pokemon, come help make the Ultimate Pokemon on Tuesday. And I am thrilled to take on the rest of the series and all the One Piece content I want to make with my mom and the rest of this amazing community we're building in the future. I'm just so grateful for all of you. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you, everybody. This was an absolute blast.
I feel like before I go, you can go whenever you want. I do want to figure out how to look at all the subs we've gotten today so I can read off subs. Because normally I've been able to keep up with it, but there is so much more than I'm used to, and I did not expect it to pop off that way, so I don't have the infrastructure in place to actually track that well. So let's see if I can find recent subs. Mono Waifu 439, thank you for the sub. Oh no, Snoo, I'm sorry. It was a good one. I'm going to be posting this one real quick. I wish I could chop off the beginning of it where I was streaming by accident. 25 gifted subs is insane. Holy hell, guys. Oh yeah, for YouTube, I should say the sign-off thing before we go, though. Until next time, everybody, it's been lovely drawing to you. All right, now I want to find the subs so I can thank everybody. Oh, thank you for being here, Uri. Uri? Oh God, Uri. There we go. Where do we have the new subs?
Hope all of our people have the greatest sleeps ever.
I'm
off to supper.
Have a nice dinner. I'm gonna try to find the subs so I can thank them. I really wish I knew how to do this. I was gonna look into this at some point, but I didn't expect so soon to be unable to keep up with it, guys. I'm sorry, we're not there yet.
for fun while everyone gets to watch. And then we can actually have a little thing where we put a video up just thanking subs too. That's an awesome thing. Okay.
All right. Goodbye.
Good night.
Oh man, guys. I really wish I looked ahead of time into this. Okay, how do I find new subs? How do we find? Oh, activity filter? Is this it? Is this it? That's not it. Okay. Fucking hell. I might have to not thank people today. I might have to do this in the future as a thing and just set it up after I've learned how, because it's taken me too long. Twitter dashboard activity feed. Yeah, I did get to activity feed. I will ambiguously thank everyone for subbing, because in the future I very much want to be thanking everybody, but I do need to figure out the process to do that. So let's find someone to raid. I'm gonna send y'all off. Let's find someone who's just chatting, because according to analytics, a lot of you like chatting, which makes sense. It's mostly a podcast with art. Oh boy. Oh boy, none of these look like the type of things I want to send One Piece viewers to, guys. Fuck it, Baldur's Gate. I'm gonna send you to watch some Baldur's Gate 3. That's fun. Everybody loves Baldur's Gate. A Dark Urges playthrough? That sounds great. Alright, guys. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off. I'll see y'all later. Have a good one.